Morning, everybody. Well, good afternoon, 12:03. Pete the Greek, Upa, Tebow first, Justin Babish first. All three of you came in at 12:03, along with CJ Yukon, who wasn't bragging about being first. Hey, Julius, also 12:03. Tebow Teals, YouTube user, Jim, came in at 12:03. Another day, another 43 cents. Oh, let me sign in. I don't know why I don't do that before. I guess it gives me something to do while we wait for people to join. Quotes. Railtown is up a little over a penny, 0.0135 at 0.433. Fingers up 5 cents at 146. Genius, GNS, is up a penny at 75.5 cents. If you're not the one, if you invest in Genius and you're not using hair dye or a British accent, it says sucker on your forehead. GDC is down 9 cents at 402. QNTM is up 33 cents at $9 and basically 25 cents. The Dow is up. The Dow is up 200. Nasdaq's up 200, so it's a better return there. And S&P is up 44. Railtown's volume. There were a couple of trades this morning. One I remember, I think was, I might have taken a picture of it, but I think it was 55,000 shares. I could be wrong. Then there was 20,000. And most recently, there was 5,000 on the buy side, but they want you to believe this thing is no good. And because of your education, your due diligence, and your commitment, you know that it's good. All right, so that's the quote. I perhaps unwisely, I guess a week ago, was it a week ago? Somebody asked me to make predictions, so I did. They're in pencil, so I haven't erased them. I haven't changed them because once I erase it once, then you won't know if I changed it again. So I'm leaving it alone. Today I said 70 cents. Looks like I'll be wrong there. Next Wednesday I said $1.10. The following Wednesday I said, I think that says $2.50. And then at the end of the month, $3.75. Can he remain wrong? Can he remain terrible in his predictions? Well, we'll find out. We shall find out. Let's go through your posts and then I'll see what I have. I don't have much to show you today. Upa Pete, Tebow first in everybody's hearts. Justin also first or second in everyone's hearts. CJ Yukon, Good morning. Julius, good things are coming. You could write a country song. Tebow Teals, good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Jim. Julius, yeah, another 0.0135. Another day, another 0.0135. Account settings. Good afternoon, William. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How are you doing in, I suppose, sunny San Diego? I don't know. Might be raining. I saw rain there when I was there, but I also saw the sun. Tian Vu, hi, Papa. Free stock alerts. How are you? Free. William, I have 100. Wow, nice position. Nice position. All right. I'm writing that one down. Free stock alerts. That is awesome. I'm a bit yellows. I'm a little bit yellows. That's awesome. I love the fundamentals more than the technicals on Railtown. Well, the technicals aren't shabby, but they're not great either right now. But that can change with one buyer coming in. I agree with you, free stock alerts. The fundamentals are incredible. As you know, you probably have an advantage on me that you understand technology and you understand all this terminology. It's probably more your generation. I don't get all of the import of the various definitions and technological breakthroughs. But what I do get is the comparables, the market, the demand, the cash flows, the amount of cash coming in. And when I look at Railtown and compare it, admittedly, in both cases, both on the side of Railtown, but also in the valuations of the private companies, we don't have all the information. But when I look at it, Railtown measures up. I wouldn't even say it measures up. I would say Railtown is without peer when you look at some of the comparables. I think it's better than the comparables. And there, I showed everyone one study or one news article. These so-called unicorns. There's so many of them. I don't think you can call them unicorns. Maybe mushrooms or you know. Daisies or something. But there's 500 companies in this sort of AI boom, private, most of them funded by Wall Street. They're all over $1 billion. Not a single one of them is under $1 billion. Now, I'm not saying there's only 500 companies in this space. I'm just saying there's 500 out there already valued at $1 billion. And many of those are new ideas. Railtown has been in the software space. The founders have been in the software space forever. That's one. Two, and so they saw a problem, created a solution that's real. They started 6 years ago. They're ahead of everybody. I think they're on the 4th iteration of what's now called Conductor. And I think they have revenues. We just haven't heard about them yet. We will. But it's not about past revenues or current revenues. What it's about is convincing Bay Street, Fleet Street, Wall Street, your mama's street. That revenue over the next 12 months is going to be X, and it's growing by such and such a factor. And I think Railtown could end this year, exit this year. I'm going to give you a wide range because I don't know for sure. But I think Railtown could exit this year, forward projections that are believable, 50 million to 150 million in revenue. Now, it may take until January or February to show that number, but my point is, from an institutional investor standpoint, doesn't need all the convincing that I do, doesn't need all the announcements that I'd like to see, but does understand the dynamics of this. I think they can show, let's say mid first quarter, 100 to 150 million in forward revenue. Well, if you're at that level with profit, you're probably a $5 to $10 billion market cap. Let's just call it. $6.1 billion market cap. Well, that's 100 times what Railtown's currently priced for. And that confirms your point, free stock alerts, that it's a great fundamental story. Now, what scares me about your name is you may be, which is fine, you're good at it, so you should do it. But most people here, I would submit, are not good at it. Primarily, it's not that they're not smart enough. It's time. It takes so much devotion to learn how to day trade. It's not just the charts. There's gut instincts too. And so, and you got to fight your fears, fight your greed. It's tough business, so not everybody can do it. You might be a day trader, I don't know, which is fine. I don't. It's just something I'm not good at. I mean, I can't dunk a basketball. I can't sing, as it's been pointed out to me. I can't speak French. When I come to think of it, there's not much that I am able to do. But one must endeavor to persevere. So anyway, if you're a day trader, free stock alerts, I hope reading your message here that this might be a stock based on fundamentals that you hold. If it goes to 6 billion, where do you get that number from? Oh, you're crazy. Well, Soundhound is almost worth $8 billion, 7.7 billion, 7.77 billion the last time I looked in market cap. And they do estimate this year, to my memory, 140 million roughly, give or take, in revenue, but they make no money. Next year, 26, they're anticipated to do, again by memory, something like 160 to 180 million. And they might break into profitability. Well, Railtown, as Corey has said in presentations that are public, has high margins. So if Railtown can show 150 million with profit, I think 6 billion is possible. What if Railtown shows 175 million, 200 million forward with, I don't know what high margin means. 50%? Is that high? 40%? 60%? I don't know. It could be it could be 10 billion. It could be 15 billion. So I would hope free stock alerts. Not maybe for you, you have a big account and you can press your bets, but a lot of people here are getting wooed by other stories, such as, for example, I don't know where it's trading. Very confusing story. I'm not trying to say anything negative, but there was a press release that people didn't study and didn't. One gentleman threw it back in my face, but GDC acquired Bitcoin at, according to the press release, over $20 a share valuation for GDC. Well, if you read it, that might be what the value was of the shares they issued, but it wasn't adjusted for the full outstanding, which was closer to, I remember, $15.50. So people don't adjust for that. They see the headline, they don't see that. But the stock now is trading at 4. My opinion is, which is worthless. I'm not an accountant, but I looked at the income statement. I think it showed up on the income statement. I looked at the financials. They have an entry for how many shares they issued to buy 800 million of Bitcoin. And the entry said they issued over 200 million in stock. Well, the difference showed up as additional paid-in capital. I'm not smart enough to figure out what accountants can do with that. Can they write it off over time? Does it? Well, I don't know. But I do know this. I don't know of a single investor out there that would just give $500 million for an entry on a balance sheet that says additional paid-in capital. I don't think their advisors would let them do it. So what it leads me to believe is there's going to be stock issued in exchange for that additional paid-in capital. Or there's a side letter, or who knows what. Who knows what. But anyway, GDC is at $4. That's an example of a stock at $7, $8, $9, $12. People were wooed out of Railtown. Fine, I'm not going to get stuck judging that. But if somebody bought with their account, let's say $35,000 worth of GDC, they're down. But if you can hold, and that might, I don't know what percentage that would represent. Maybe that's, half of an account or something. But that 35,000, if you can hold your Railtown, and Railtown goes where just to the comps, like SoundHound, look at your portfolio, 188,000. If it went to, if the stock went to 6.1 billion, why did I do a 0.1? Oh, because Railtown is almost 61 million right now. So 6.1 billion. And I'm going to assume they don't issue a whole lot of shares. But let's just say divided by 250 million. Because I think the comp catch-up is going to happen quickly before they're able to buy a lot of those shares. Well, that's a $24, $25 stock. If you multiply it by 188,720, that's 4,600,000. Right now, just using my example, if you were to buy, I don't know the size of your account, but if you have 88,720, and we assume that's the majority of your account, you might have a $100,000 account. If you spent, let's say you bought 5,000 shares of GDC at $10, or 6 or 7,000 at $7 or $8. Let's just say you spent 50,000 on GDC. You're down right now. I'm not trying to trash GDC, but imagine if you just waited. Now the problem is GDC might do something in the meantime, but there'll be other trades out there. To make that commitment in your account, it's half of your account. But imagine if once your account is worth, if it is, 4.6 million, and you just allocate 50 grand at that time for these other trades. You're using 1% of your account, roughly. James Carville. Why do I have a message from James Carville? I met him once. Anyway, I hope free stock alerts in this one situation, unless it goes wild, or unless we learn other information, and we've got to be ever aware of the backdrop. Everybody's talking about a market crash. Everybody is worried. Well, it's a scary call to tell you, but I never have been involved. Well, I have my own biases. I don't read everything all my life, but I've never seen a crash called by newspaper headlines, ever. I think the crash, when it comes, might be an earthquake in Taiwan, a flood in Silicon Valley, Saudi Arabia announcing that they're going to save the remaining oil for future generations, the Poseidon weapon going off on the east coast of the United States, Mamdani being elected mayor of New York City. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, Solomon's treasure. Hola. Account settings. It's a beautiful day in San Diego. Sunny day in San Diego. I bet. Donna M. No volume. Good afternoon. No volume since 9:30 a.m. It's been moving up and down today. It's strange that the volume isn't reflecting that. I show something like 120,000. Let me see. Anyway, free stock alerts. What all I'm saying is, by letting the account grow to a more substantial size, when people play with a similar size bet on what I think are just doomed to fail trades, and maybe one will work, but it collectively, if you stay in that benighted pool of manipulated stocks, you're going to give your money away. But if your accounts become large, you can play with just 1 or 2% of your newly sized account And that's the same amount of money that people are using now. So that's all my point is. The volume I show right now, Donna, is 130,000. I don't know if that's accurate. The last trade I show is 2,000 at 43.1. So perhaps we'll start to see some movement on the upside. I don't know. That's how I read the technical charts. I agree with Free Stock Alerts. I think what he's saying is the technicals are not overwhelming. They're not screaming. But my gut instinct, the stock has turned looking at the charts. I think I have one chart to show you to back that feeling up. But I'll see what I downloaded after I go through the comments. Richard K. Hello, William and Lucky. We are into November and ready to hold dollar price. Yes, I was talking to somebody last night or this morning, and being I guess typical to myself, I said, "Hey, just give it time." They haven't really announced that the AIP deal is finished, but Rebecca did, so we can be certain of that. And they just announced this, what I think is a really sizable collaboration. Although it is only Canada, and Canada is what, the size of California in an economy? Or does California kick its butt in let's ask Google. Oh, Google, let's ask world economies compared to U.S. states. I don't know if I'll get a list. Visual capitalists mapped the world's largest economies, including U.S. states. Perfecto. Just what I wanted to see. All right, that's a visualization. Do you have a list? I'd rather read a list. All right, here's the list. Numero uno. This is 2024 GDP. Numero uno is the United States at 29 trillion. Numero dos is China at 18.748 trillion. Numero tres is Germany at 4.7 trillion. Numero four is California at 4 trillion. So California last year would have been 4.1 trillion. California would have been the fourth largest economy in the world. And number 5, Ichi ni Song Shi, well, whatever 5 is 4 trillion is Japan. Number 6 is India at 3.9 trillion. Number 7 is the UK. You all right. Number 7 is the United Kingdom at 3.6 trillion. Number 8 is France at 3.16 trillion. And number 9, economy in the world, is Texas at 2.7 trillion. Italy, which includes Rome, Rome, Italy, is number 10 at 2.37 trillion. Number 11 is New York. I don't know for how long. New York's at 2.3 trillion. Number 12 is Canada at 2.2 trillion. So when Canada tries to keep its AI business within Canada, it's the 12th largest economy in the world, and 2 U.S. states, California and Texas, are larger than Canada. Brazil is 2.2 trillion at 13. Russia is 14 at almost 2.2 trillion. 15 is South Korea at 1.9 trillion. Mexico is 16 at almost 1.9 trillion. Australia comes in at 17 at 1.8 trillion. Spain, España, comes in at 18 at 1.7 trillion. Florida comes in at 19 at 1.7 trillion. And then Indonesia comes in at 20 at 1.4 trillion. So anyway, Canada is a big market, but it's not as big as the United States, obviously. So that might temper some of it, I don't know. But my point I was trying to make, Richard, is I said last night, I guess it was last night, give it some time. And the guy said to me, hey, we've been following this stock for almost a year. That's a good point. That was a good point. So I get your I get your point, Richard. I get your quiet encouragement. The stock now is 43.1, 42 on the bid, 43.1 on the ask. They have an absurd number of shares for sale. I assume it's spoofing. And the volume right now is 130,760. Justin Babish, what are the possibilities? Finalized merger not signed and filed before Monday. I'd say very low. Could happen, I guess. Would exclude AIP from December meeting because of record date. Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about AIP being acquired by Railtown. I thought you were talking about like NVIDIA buying the company. I think, let me try to reread that because there's at least one word missing. What are the possibilities the finalized merger is not signed and filed before Monday? I can't speak to whether it'll be filed because I think the law firm, bless their hearts, work at their own pace. And not that there's anything wrong with that. I mean, people do things differently. But I think there's zero chance that the merger will not be completed before that meeting. And in fact, I think there's zero chance that the merger, the acquisition, has not already been completed. Um, I think the interview by Rebecca Kurzweil and Dr. Tom Core made it clear. Dr. Tom Core is the CEO of AIP, and she came on by saying that Railtown just acquired AIP without clarification. And he went on to discuss it. I understand our need, and certainly probably the need of some investors on the institutional side to see that final document, but I think it's finished. I think everything, the acquisition is complete. I tried to give an explanation as to why a law firm might do things in their own time rather than being productive and doing it in a business scheduled time frame. And I was correctly admonished that my views were somewhat Stone Age, I guess. But I haven't seen anywhere this theory that after thousands of years of adapted roles, that suddenly in the late 1900s and the early 2000s, some Marxists and Europe, just from small areas in Europe, starting the first wave, then the second wave, third wave, I guess now we're on our fourth wave, of the idea that women should leapfrog all men. Women shouldn't work, shouldn't particularly be evened up as, although it's changing, I guess, soldiers, although there's plenty of evidence that when you have women on the front line, the men have to pick up the slack. It's not, it may not be the wise thing, but the way to measure equality, and I would argue this is no longer about equality. This is about domination. It's about power. It's about exceeding equality. But if you only measure equality by the number of CEOs, the number of high-paying jobs, the number of so-called white-collar jobs, the posh jobs, well, you're skipping decades in individual lives, but perhaps generations where men have worked in the trenches and had to work their way up. I see no evidence, no studies that show if you just quickly make that shift and put the feminine in charge instead of the masculine, as I'm not talking about human beings, I'm talking about the approach. I see no evidence that that suddenly is going to make our society stronger, more successful, safer. But anyway, it's a big experiment. It's a big experiment. And we've all agreed to go along with it. And that's fine. Can't change it. Can't change it. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, that explanation, it was correctly pointed out to me, is Neanderthal. As to why a certain law firm and certain set of attorneys cannot get something filed or accomplished in time that makes sense from a businesswoman's standpoint. So, Justin, I do not know when those attorneys are going to make that filing. Maybe it's a dispute over getting paid. Who the hell knows? I did a project here in DC, it would have been a $3 million, probably a $2.7 million by memory exit in the project. Unfortunately, I took hard money to do it. I had a group of investors, and I worked with the architect that I chose on recommendation from someone I trusted. He was Harvard, but he worked with a woman. She was, I can't remember her school, but she had training. And so there are two of them that ran the firm. And the hard money, you have to spend all the risk capital first before they put the money, their money, at risk. So one of the investors, a woman who became a real estate agent after the project started, on a conference call with all the investors, she pointed out that our project, because I was using comps in the neighborhood, she pointed out that our building wouldn't be brand new. I was using, she assumed, comps of new build houses. Well, I couldn't dissuade anyone from the paucity of logic in the statement. There are very few new builds in DC, and the whole project was going to be gutted to the walls and started essentially from scratch, but you're not allowed to tear down the walls in DC. Anyway, that set the mood for the investors. Nobody wanted to put up any more money. And so I ended up putting up all I had. I sold my silver, I sold, but what the point is, when I finally ran out of everything, it's like 150 grand, I think, 170 grand. Once all the legal fees were in. It might have been more than that. Scary to think about. We got down to this point. I worked with the architects. I went to neighborhood meetings. I went to the DCRA. I spoke to government officials. We did enormous work back and forth, getting neighborhood votes. We were the first house approved to build an upper story. But this is where the extra value would come in. We did the sight lines and we did everything, and we're going to build down. And anyway, so a well done concept. Well, it comes down to, I guess I had 1, 2, 3, 4. It's all I can remember right now. I had 4 investors and myself. Something tells me there might have been 1 additional. But anyway, I think that was it. 4 investors and myself. And I set it up as a vote, which I shouldn't have done. But I couldn't, it came down to, I needed the what do you call it? The architects, the man and the woman. We owed them, we'd already paid all along. It's just it ended up costing more than the original amount estimated and allocated for. And so we owed something like, $10,000, give or take, something like $7,000 to $12,000. And so Mark made an agreement with me whereby he told me he had, sorry, I shouldn't use his name. The man made an agreement with me where he had spoken to his partner, the woman, I won't use her name. And he said, we'll move forward if you can pay us $5,000. I said, okay. So I went and got the last box of silver I had, and I sold it. And I paid the 5,000, and maybe I did something with the remainder. Maybe I paid. Maybe the deal was I had to pay 7,000. I don't remember. You get the idea, though. So I did it, and that was great because then we were going to get the plans finalized. I could submit it to the hard money people, and the 850,000 that we're paying interest on all this time, sitting there, supposedly sitting there, would be released in stages to build the property. Well, I paid it, and I waited. I said, that's great. I look forward to it. How long is it going to take? I think he told me it'll be about 10 days, maybe a little longer. So I called back in 10 days or whatever the time frame was, and I said, great, how do we stand? Well, we haven't done any work. I said, why not? Well, the woman, I'm not going to use her name, she says that you have to bring the account completely current. We have to be 100% paid for before we supply the, the final plans. I said, well, do you understand what that's going to do? That's going to mean that the hard money group is not going to release funds to build the project. We had paid them. This was a small percentage of what we had overall paid. I don't remember now. I'd be making up a number, but we probably had paid them 80 grand, 100 grand already. This extra 5 or so was not a big part of the scheme. I might have that number wrong, but you get the idea. Well, let me ask her. He came back. Well, no, unfortunately, we're gonna stop work. We're not gonna finish. I said, well, this is really bad news. I have drained my savings account, drained everything I have. I'm out personally. What I remember is, 150 grand, and it might have been more, might have been slightly less. And so I said, all right, let me see what I can do. I called around to all the investors. The accountant investor was pissed off at me. He wouldn't take my call. We had a conference call. He started yelling at me. He wanted to take over the project from Oklahoma. And he was the smallest investor. The woman, the real estate agent, her source of capital literally had died, and she had married another real estate agent who didn't, I don't know, he didn't really want her to be involved. So her money was shut down. The other guy, bless his heart, running a local deli / sandwich / wine shop. He had put up and he had a daughter. He had put up all the money he could, and that left. That was it, I guess, and then that left me. So I asked a friend of mine who let me down later on as well, and he came and visited, and he said, Hans, you're never going to make that kind of money. He's very good in finance. He has no clue about real estate. And I said, I just need 5 grand, and I'll pay you back double, but no, let's go get a drink. All right. So I went into the hard money lender, and I think the guy's name's Jason or something. And I said, look, here's where we are. We're the only house on the entire long block that's gotten approval for extra room, an extra, what do you call it, an extra story. And we're ready to go. But I have to pay the accountant $5,000. And my investors either are not in the position to put up more money or don't want to. And I explained embarrassingly, I brought my own balance sheet. I explained I don't have any more sources. And the guy said, I just need, this was a $2.5 to $3 million project, $5,000. I said, could you just expand what you guys put out in soft costs by $5,000? Can your firm, and they do so many projects, could you just lend us $5,000 so we can get the final paperwork done? No. So I don't want to blame it all on her, because the hard money guys crashed it too. But I went back to the architects, and the guy was willing to work with me. He could see business sense, but she saw it as, I want to be paid. I got them both on the line. I said, do you understand by demanding this, you're likely to get nothing? You're gonna crash the whole project. Well, sure enough, she had her view on business, which is I should be paid. The guy knew he needed to make an adjustment for the grander, because they were going to get like 10% going forward or whatever, but they'd also get the recognition. And the project ended up in bankruptcy, which I had to fund. So on another project that I did, I had to put all the money into paying for the lawyers and bankruptcy, big waste of time. The architects came to 2 of the hearings. She sat there as if she was going to get anything. And then she heard from the attorneys and from the judge that the estate had zip. It all came, I had to fund everything to put it through bankruptcy to just finish the project. Everybody lost their money, all because the woman couldn't perceive a business decision, $5,000. I'm telling you, I'm not positive it was because of her gender. I'm not positive of that at all. But it's not the only time I've experienced different thinking. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm sure it's great. But I think it was stupid in that case, because the project would have made something like $800,000 or more in profit. And beautiful, beautiful location. Tremendous. As far as I know, somebody else has purchased it, but I don't think they got the approvals. It's just sitting there. I don't know the recent status. But I go through that story to tell you, it has been my experience in business and in the legal profession that men and women think differently. Now, you can accurately point out that the man at the hard money lender should have, but that's not his culture. It's not his culture. His culture is to take. And so they made their money because the equity and the value went up. We were able to sell the shell at a much higher price. And so the equity went up, But the hard money guys got it all because of their rapacious interest rate. I'd never use hard money again, but it's a learning process. So I got off track, but I guess I'm kind of defending myself for my Neanderthal views. But Justin, I cannot explain, because I'm not going to use my Neanderthal views as an explanation, but I cannot explain why a simple filing that to the regulatory authorities, hey, we completed this transaction, hasn't been done yet. It could be they're waiting on one signature. It could be that they're waiting to be paid, like I just described. In my life, it could be they got other things to do. I don't know the answer. But I would submit to you, Justin, that interview by Rebecca, which was excellent, showed that that deal is complete. So I think there's zero chance that AIP is excluded from the December meeting. Zero chance. But I can't answer to you about the filing. The filing could come, by Christmas, for all I can tell, about the attentiveness that this law firm gives Railtown. But I might be misjudging that. I'm not on the inside of the information. There might be a reason. But Justin, I think there's zero chance that AIP is excluded from the December meeting. Zero. Donna, good afternoon, William, everyone. Seems to me Railtown has been acting differently this morning. Low volume, but up one, down one, cha-cha-cha. Yeah, one can look at low volume negatively, of course, because that makes the thing seem susceptible to selling, whether it's real or artificial. But I don't think the computers are completely gone, particularly since all trades, I'd say 85-95% of trades are executed. Even you type it in yourself, but it goes through a computer. All goes through Citadel and other, like, what's the other one? There's another one. So I'm not going to say this that the computerized aspect of trading is completely gone. But I'll tell you what, Donna, you don't see the massive manipulation and shorting and punishing on this stock. And they tried this morning. I think I took a picture. I'll show it to you. They tried to knock out the bid. It didn't work. So here's how I choose to read it. Here's how I choose to read it. There's somebody in there with a floor. There is somebody willing to buy the stock. You don't see it, maybe. We don't see it. I don't have level 2 or 3 or 4. But somebody absorbed all the selling. So I take this low volume, Donna, as a positive sign. But, like I would caution, Bill Miko pointed out that I'm blinded by my story. I would caution that's possible. But I'm trying to be unblinded and call it the way I see it. But we all have our bias. We all have our limitations. You're a good man, Commissioner. And a good man has got to know his limitations. All right, T-Bow. Doesn't Constellation Software need AI partnership? Yes. T-Bow, I think there'll be a partnership, or Constellation will buy out the company. Several of you, the three of you, is that several? 2 or 3? Is that several? I guess not. Suggested that TELUS could be the buyer. I think TELUS could be the buyer, but it would be really at a low price. I don't think TELUS can compete with what Facebook or NVIDIA or pick Oracle or Apple would pay. So if they sell it to TELUS, get ready for a low price, but get ready for that to be done very quickly, because the longer TELUS waits to wrap that up, if it's even in the cards, that price is going to go out of TELUS's range. I could see Railtown being eventually, and now there's a lot of assumptions that I'm making. I've tried to back them up before, but I could see Railtown being worth $30 billion or more in a buyout, in a bidding war. Not today, not today. First quarter, second quarter, assuming the markets stay the same. That'd be all of TELUS's market cap. It'd be a 50-50, be a lot of risk. It'd be on the scale of Verizon's. Was it Verizon that did all the acquisitions and just really took too much debt? One of the Bell companies did that here in the United States. So for TELUS to buy Railtown, I think it'd have to be fairly quickly, and it would have to be while revenues are de minimis, like 5 million, 10 million. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think TELUS is going to be the buyer. But I can understand the theory, because TELUS would keep Railtown in Canada. It does seem to be a major issue to keep all of this computer power and brain power in Canada. They don't want it to go to the United States. Well, I don't know what they'll do once they become the 51st state. I guess they'll just try to avoid the rest of the states. But Thibault, another buyer who would keep it in Canada is Constellation Software. And I think Constellation Software, I'm going to check because the stock price went down after Leonard retired for health reasons. Yeah, now it's only 3,580 a share in Canada. The range, I can't see the range. Let me go here. The range on the year is $3,390 a share to $5,300 a share. So Constellation Software has pulled back quite a bit since the founder and CEO retired. The PE ratio is very high at 85, 84. They have a lot of earnings. They've got a dividend. They did change their strategy, Thibault. They used to distribute a lot of cash, but now they're keeping the cash in-house so they can buy companies without the dilution of sending money out to. The theory is they can increase shareholder value more effectively by spending that dividend than giving the cash to the shareholder. That's what they're doing. And volume's very low, for example, 16,000 shares. But Tebow, the market cap is $75 billion, even though it's pulled back. It's $75 billion. They could buy Railtown, and it would keep everything in Canada. And you can see the weakness in the story. Very high PE ratio. Very high PE ratio. The other weakness, I think, they're all software, so they probably have legacy software issues. It would make a lot of sense to buy Railtown AIP and bring in all this new fresh earnings, all this new AI generated revenue, and you could then apply those tools to the companies that are already inside the Constellation software universe, to mix two words together. So yeah, I think Constellation makes it a great potential buyer of Railtown. That's my list. I have Microsoft #1, Constellation #2, NVIDIA, AMD, and then TELUS #5, and 6 I just lumped in the field, basically. Oracle, Apple, Elon Musk, etc. So I agree with you. Good afternoon. Ward Richardson says, good afternoon, William, and to the Railtown crew. The annual general special meeting, the AGSM, for, most of us, we refer to it as the AGSM, will be November 12th, 9 a.m. I think that's noon for us. Well, I read it. They hadn't picked a location yet. What if the meeting is in Toronto? I don't know. But yeah, you're right. Justin Babish, didn't you have a meeting with a real estate guy to invest in your London business? We never take partners. Yeah, that was a different project. That was a brilliant project. I sold that one. Well, I had to sell that one. My partner in that deal, we bought collectively, I raised I'm going to do it by memory, Justin. I raised 1.1 million to buy a multi-unit project. I don't know what they call that neighborhood now, but a very desirable location, a lot of development going on. A little edgy, but metro 2 blocks away, shopping, grocery stores, restaurants, everything there, park. And Northwest, it was good location. So I raised all that money, but I had a partner, a woman. And she had a consulting business, international consulting business. And she's younger than I am, but I think she had one level degree higher than I ever got. But she used to call me up and say, let's have a meeting. We got to get some work done. So I'd show up and we'd sit around her kitchen nook and we go down the list of things that she had. It would all take 2 hours. And that was the meeting. She felt like we had accomplished something. To me, it was, what did we just do? But I should have known I was in trouble when she told me. This was after she was also one of the investors after we had purchased the property. She told me, do you know who I consider to be my friends? I said, no. She said, somebody I consider to be my friend is someone who would lie for me. Do you hear me? She said, if my friend got up on a witness stand, my friend would lie for me on the witness stand. I was like, oh shit, what the hell have I gotten into? But I figured that's not going to happen here. We won't have any problems here, will we? So I selected a builder, selected the architect. I knew how to do this because I'd done a lot of projects, but I guess she didn't quite trust it, or the money she put up was from one of her boyfriends. I don't know, but she got really anxious. So she wanted her money back, but she also wanted to stay in as, there are a lot of legal documents that tied us in. And I said, well, you can't take, the money's all in the project. I can't. She had about, out of the 1.1 million, I think she had 150,000 of it. I said, I can't. Where am I going to get that from? We're trying to raise the money, and I sourced that as well to develop the project. Basically, our pro formas were that if we built it out, the profit would have been around $2 million. She and one other investor, another woman, as foundational investors, stood to make the most money. But anyway, from the investor group. But at one of the meetings at I guess it was at her flat, or her garage. She looked at my phone and she got the name and number of one of the investors who had put up money as a loan. And she called him. And all he was interested, he kind of sold it out. He was only interested in getting his money back, obviously. He told me, oh, I have friends lend money. I paid him his money back with interest. Anyway, she called him, called the real estate agent, and then there was a developer in the neighborhood who I met with, who wanted to buy the project. I forget his name right now. But the real estate agent, somehow she got him to give that name. So she called that guy. And that guy was willing to pay us 1.2 million. We had purchased everything for 1.1. And so my investor called me up, hey, you're going to get an offer. You can sell it at 1.2. Of course, that meant we weren't going to make any money anyway, and she'd get her money back. The guy that loaned the money, but it would dip into the equity. All the people that put up equity would be at risk. I said, I can't accept that 1.2. That means all of my equity investors will lose money so that she can back out after 90 days. It's just not appropriate. Well, he and she continued talking. And it put a lot of pressure on the project. In other words, everything was stopped. She wanted her money back. And she basically organized dissent in the investor group. Is a nightmare. So that project, I called a friend in London, my associate in London, and he put me in touch with a billionaire here in DC, tremendous guy. I went in to see him. I was nervous. He has an old office building downtown. I don't think he was quite worth $1 billion, but close enough for me. And he was just such a gentleman. He sat me down. Yes, we talked for 3-4 hours. He took my project, gave it to his people in the other room, and he sat with me. We drank tea over and over again until I had to pee over and over again. But it was wonderful. And so, I don't know, around 4 o'clock, 4:30, his back office brought my file back to him. He opened it up and read it. And he said, because the all-in of the project, buying the building, developing it, having a little extra money was, over 4 million, 5 million. The out sale, not that you'd use all that, but you had to have that kind of reserve. And the out sale, like I already said, would have been a 2 million or more profit. That's when he said, we like your project. It looks great, but it's, number one, it's too small for us. It's only 5 million, less than 5 million. And number two, we never take partners. So that's the one you're remembering. I ended up getting another investor of mine to buy it with enough money in the purchase price so that all of my investors, including this woman, were able to get their money back plus, I forget, 9% interest. I didn't get my money back and I didn't make any money on the project. It was 2.5 years of work. But that chick, sorry to use that name, she ruined the whole project by just having a different approach to business than you can't, in 3, 4, 5 months in, demand your money back and screw it up. But that was what she chose to do. She would have made a lot of money. But again, I don't think women think the same way. That's my experience. Now, in women's defense, the client that I had buy it was a woman. But she had her she had her son-in-law, an Irishman, a good guy, really good guy, coordinate the project. And she made 2 million on the project, 1.85 or something like that. But they didn't develop the basement at all, which in DC is really valuable. They just turned that into storage. So I think they left a lot of money on the table. And they also did it in a very, Lowe's or Home Depot way. So I don't think they got the most out of it. But it was her money. Her son-in-law ran the project, and she gave me $2,000 at the end of it. So for 2.5 years of work, and then her work. And when I say that, it took that long to unwind. Anyway, let's just leave it there. I could relive it more for you, but I made $2,000 lost the money I put up. And so when I make observations, it's not theory. I've experienced it. I called her and I said, look, we can't back out now. If we can just get to the development stage, when the money comes in to develop it, I think I can get your money back out at that time. What she chose to do was scream at me for 3 minutes on the phone. Stood literally like a Yoko Ono scream. This is an intelligent person. And I said, what is that about? She just didn't want to talk logic. She just wanted her money back. Well, anyway, Justin, that's the deal you remembered. And it did end up being very successful. It's just, I would say as a general rule, men should not take women as partners. That's just my experience in business. Women with women, okay. Eric B., we already talked about 51st State. Don't go there. Maybe Alberta, but not Quebec. And the Thales Sovereign Data Center is where? In Quebec. Oh, yes. It's in Kissimmee, Quebec, isn't it? I'm just teasing, Eric. I know it's never funny, but I keep at it. Ward Richardson, that AGSM sounds like something Robin on Batman would have said. Yes, yes. Bruce Ward. AGSM is not November 12th. No, but that's the record date. This coming Monday, it's a good point that you guys are focusing on. The record date is, November 10th, which means this Friday, the 7th, 2 more days, is the X date. You have to own the stock, regular way settlement, on the 7th, if you're buying it, Friday, in order to qualify to vote in that annual meeting. And that might be enough to get some buying in before the end of the week. By the way, I just remembered something my wonderful client always tells me. You point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you. So my analysis of these experiences I've had, it may be all about me. It could just be about me. And maybe the experiment in society is going to work wonderfully. The stock now is 43 cents. We're up a penny. The volume is 131,540. Last trade is 130 shares at 43 cents. And, everything on my screen, the 5 stocks are all green. Fingers up a penny at 142. Genius is up half a penny at 75 cents. GDC's up 2 cents at 413. Quantum computing is up 33 cents at 924. But our one and only champion is up 2.5% today. The bid is 42 cents. 3,350 shares. The ask is 43 cents, 0.431. 22,500 shares. Eric, November 10th is the record date, the limit date, okay, for record, yep. Ward Richardson. William, if Constellation were to buy Railtown tomorrow morning, what would the share price be? Wow. Well, I think it would at least be, I think US, I think it'd be $5 or $6 at least tomorrow morning. Um, but I'm not sure, Ward, that the company would agree that sale price. I don't think so. Um, so asking it differently, what price would those principles of Railtown and AIP accept as a sales price? I don't know that they'll do. The lower the price, I don't know that it'll be a complete sale. In other words, there might be revenue sharing or a trail, a royalty, an ongoing royalty. But just assuming it's just one price, it's a complete sale. That's tough. It really is tough. I've never spoken with Corey or Marwan or Dr. None of them, so I don't know their thought process. But to me, if I were in Corey's shoes, what would be alarming to me is that we're approaching the end of the year, that and he is a finance guy, if he pays attention to the markets, that by getting into next year, you might have 3 quarters to get your revenue up and get the company sold before the market changes. It could last longer, but that would be on my mind, is that next year is going to be great, but these kind of multiples, this kind of cash coming in, the spigot could run dry by the third or fourth quarter at the end of the year. It might go on longer, but that's how I'd be thinking. So my goal would be to be able to get the revenue projected, reasonably projected, as high as possible, both for my own satisfaction, but also for the satisfaction of the buyer. I'm going to make an assumption here, Ward. I think that Railtown, as we stand here today with the conductor and the whole suite of platforms, could show projection easily by the end of the year, whether it's public or not. It might just be in, boardroom discussions, of at least 50 million in annualized recurring revenue, growing as well. And then AIP, I think AIP could show anywhere from 50 to 150 million, just showing a strategy, just showing the income statements, the revenue statements of their network and their negotiations. I bet they could equal or exceed what Railtown could show in that time frame. If Railtown by itself, Conductor, showed a believable path to 50 million in revenue, what would the multiple be that a Microsoft or a Constellation would be willing to pay? You know, these rounds go off at 100, 150, 200, 250 times revenue. Constellation, I think their business model is to offer a low multiple to buy revenues at a lower multiple than the market, but in return for that, they offer knowledge, expertise, and financial wherewithal. They leave the teams in place. They're arm's length. They give them bonuses, but they're there if that team needs money or help. They organize that. And so in that trade-off, the multiple is lower than what larger, more aggressive sources of funds might pay. But I think Constellation ends up winning based on the overall bonus package plus ongoing support, and management stays in control. So I'm going to guess if Constellation were buying, they're not going to pay 150. I doubt they pay 100. Could they get away with only paying 25? I don't think so. Not in this space. Could they do 35? I'm not even, not early on. I don't think early on. So I think the multiple they would pay on that 50 million in projected revenue would be something between 50x and 100x. And obviously we can take 75x. So that's 3.75 billion just on the conductor side. So if we divide that by 225 million shares, that's $16 a share. So it's 16.66, that calculation. And then if you have AIP, and AIP says, look, we've already got these companies organized to roll up. We can bring 50 or 100 or 150 to the table. Let's just say it's 50. But let's say it doesn't get as high a multiple. Let's say it gets, let's say it gets 25x. That's 1.25. But now you've got to divide by more shares. Oh God, that gets confusing. Let's just divide it by 250. Assume they didn't have to issue that many. So that's $5 a share. That comes to around $21 a share. I think, Ward, if the deal were similar to what Constellation has done in other deals, I'm not sure $20 gets it done, but maybe $25 or $30 gets it done. If Constellation allows those guys to manage it, and then there's a meaningful revenue sharing or bonus pool, maybe 20, 25, 30 gets it done. tomorrow. But I don't know that Constellation would pay that much tomorrow. I really think what we don't know, Ward, is how defined their revenue book is. If their revenue book is already pretty well papered up, they could do it tomorrow. But I think it's more likely. I have a hard time thinking anything can happen before the end of the year, but it could, I suppose. But I think in the first quarter, when they prove up these revenues. But I'd be really surprised, Ward, that these principals would sell the company at a valuation under $5 billion, and I think it'd be closer to SoundHound's valuation, 7 or 8 billion. And they may not feel like they're getting a fair price. So trying to answer your question, what if it were tomorrow? To get the deal done, I think it'd have to be $25 to get the deal done. But I don't think the company would sell there. I might be smoking pot, I don't know. But I don't think that company would sell that low normally. So I think Ward would rather, and Marwan and everybody else, would rather prove up that revenue and submit it to a competitive bidding. I don't think anything under $25, but I don't think $25 would do it. I'm almost legend. It's William Wednesday, yeah. William's Wonderful Wednesday. .42 to .431, 131,540. Doesn't change. I'm almost legend. Just to make sure I understand your response to my question yesterday, did you predict that Railtown will be in the dollar plus price range before the end of November? Yes, I did. In fact, I think I told you, I'm almost legend, that if Railtown were to achieve an equivalence of the Lang chain valuation, I think I took the coward's way out. That would be around $5.50, $5.60 a share. I said that's Canadian, so I said US $4. I think there's a really good shot that Railtown will be $4 by Thanksgiving. Why? Because the story's there. It's on the website. It's in the blogs. It's in the comps, the comparable companies. But I just don't think, other than the people at AIP, maybe Omers, maybe Mavericks, the people and investors at Railtown, possibly the banker at Canaccord, possibly that's it. Railtown's not a well-known story. So as Ward gets out, not Ward, I'm thinking of Ward Richardson, as Corey gets out and starts telling the story, and having presentations, and I believe institutions in Canada are going to buy in. I think the stock is going to be valued over $1 billion because I think it's better than the private companies that are currently valued over $1 billion. So I think it's going to have a real catch up. I use the analogy, I don't know, it's been a long time since I've been skiing because I was never very good at it. And now my feet swell up from gout, my knees hurt. I haven't been skiing in a long time. I miss it. But you used to stand in line forever, downhill skiing, and you clop, clop up, clop, 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 and then you get in this, this seat. There'd be one or two people next to you. If you're lucky, you have a girlfriend, or if you're lucky, the guy sits on the outside, you're on the outside, and the girl sits, whatever. But you're sitting there, and you don't get on. You kind of clop around, and you're where the slope is, and you look back for the chair, and there's this moment as the chair catches you, nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden there's a yank, and it feels like a little bit of a hesitation as the swing goes back and forth, and your standstill catches up with the momentum of this thing turning, and then all of a sudden it pulls you up, and you're up to the next tower very quickly, and it continues from there. That's what I think is going to happen to the valuation of Railtown. But the story hasn't been told, and it will be. It will be. All of the investors in Railtown, whether they're whales or not, have purchased a certain amount of shares. Are they going to buy more? I've heard of that there's one large investor out of the West Coast of the United States who has been accumulating. I don't know if he was able to recently, but my opinion is the buying in the United States is not changing the price of the stock. It may be helping to support it, but it's the Canadian buying that's going to change everything. I think everything that's being done here is maybe arbitraged, but it's certainly hypothecated and rehypothecated. It's just securities entitlements. It's just the machine's gone wild. So I'm almost legend as the Canadian institutions start hearing the story. This is my supposition, how can the desk that looks at the story of Railtown, sees that it's first to market, sees that it has revenues, sees that it's best in class, sees that it actually solves a problem, sees that their solution is universal, sees that it translates every developer tool out there, and they've got 5 products right now, so it's a suite. How can they look at that and not look at the other private investments they made at over $1 billion each time, all the way up to $20 billion in valuation, and not say, you know what, Railtown at 60 million, it should at least be 1.2 billion and maybe higher. That's the disconnect. And the comeback to me is, well, why isn't the stock up already? I think it's as simple as institutions in Canada designed to invest in technology companies haven't heard the story yet. If they already know the story, tricky. I don't know if they have to wait till the AIP deal is closed in a filing or not. I don't think so. But maybe there's some inertia before they start buying, but I think it'll come in. And also, we have to realize a lot of institutions simply cannot buy stocks under $5, $6, $7. There are some institutions that can buy stocks over $3, over $2. I don't think there's a whole slew of them that can pay under $1. So there's that little bit of hesitancy as it crosses some of those thresholds. And I guess finally, I would point out to you that all of the discussion of Canada, 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 oh, Canada, we want to stay away from that big bag Trump and those big bag Silicon Valley people. Well, I would say in that kind of esprit de corps, perhaps some of these institutions will see their way to buying the stock under $1 because they're chipping in with this great government, province, local, university, Mila, Amy type think tanks. And now TELUS, this whole effort on a Canadian effort to pull Canada to the top ranks of the AI competition. Maybe they come in down here. We'll find out. I think it's early to judge that, but I think once it starts, it's going to be like the chairlift. You're sitting there, you're standing there, then you're trying to catch your balance, then you fall on the seat. There's some uncertainty, and the guy's making sure that the gate's down, and you make sure that your skis are straight, and everybody makes sure. And it just takes a little while because there's still some ground there. Maybe it's just illusion, but it just takes a little while before it catches, and then it pulls. And I think that catch and pull is going to come. I don't know about today. I see some signs of it today, but will it be this week? Maybe. Maybe it needs a little bit more news. Maybe this I hope it doesn't take all the way to the annual meeting. I don't think it takes that long. The only other catalyst I can see out there, I'm almost legend, which might happen this month, but my guess is it'll be next month. The other dynamic is I think that some of these funds will want to own a lot of stock. Well, they're going to look at this, and it's going to be hard to get it in the open market. So Canaccord, bankers being bankers, will, I think, make a proposal to the company of a strategic raise. Maybe I'll get, are you picking on this one company again? John Ruffalo knows the story. He doesn't have to do any more due diligence. But what if Canaccord went to Mavericks and said, look, we'll create an offering for you, which will allow you to buy 2.5 million shares from the company at $5 Canadian. If you agree to buy another 3 million to 5 million shares in the open market, that could happen. And you heard the price. I don't think Railtown's going to sell significant stock down here. They're just not going to do it. They know what their company's worth. They don't need to sell it, and they need the stock price higher in order to roll up the AIP. My opinion, if I were Corey, my limit of the amount of stock I have to roll up companies is 124 million shares. And I'm not going to spend it all not at 42 cents. I'm going to get the stock to $5, $7, $10 before I start allocating that stock. So yes, I'm almost legend. I think the stock will be $1 by the end of November. I actually, in this prediction, I had an interview with Martin Shen one year ago. I just saw that. My prediction here was $3.75 a share. My prediction yesterday to you, I'm almost legend, and I'll do that calculation again just so you see it. And I'll do it on my wonderful whiteboard so that it's memorialized for others to see as well. Okay, so my comp, which I've shown you, and I'll try to show again if I remember, Lang Chain, just raised $125 million at a $1.25 billion valuation. Now you're going to say, well, why do you feel comfortable using that? Well, there's reportedly a private company a couple of months ago raised raised 100 million at a $1.1 billion valuation. I just don't know the name of it, but I have that one and this one. I'm going to take this one because I know the name, and I think I think Railtown's a better company. So if I take 1.25 as a valuation, and I divide it by 222, because in listening to that interview, I don't think AIP's I don't think they're gonna roll up any AIP network companies now. That's another assumption I'm making. And the only adjustment I made yesterday is I said I'll use Lang Chain's valuation, which I think Silicon Valley, just to be conservative. I'll say that is Canadian dollars. So what I gave you yesterday as my target for November, I think it was $3.99, but here's the calculation with the change in currency, $3.98. So I took the valuation of 1.25 billion. I divided it by the fully diluted shares, I assume no expansion this month. And I got a Canadian $5.62, in US dollars $3.98. So you say, you're insane. How can a stock go from 40 cents to $4 in 1 month? Well, I just think it's mispriced. I think Railtown is a better story than Lang Chain. It's my opinion. And Lang Chain, who is only did a handful of million in revenue, they're projected to do 10 million. They're projected to do 10 million. This was the valuation here. So anyway, it's a comp. It's just a comp. I think it could be $4 a share by Thanksgiving. So I don't know if I answered your question, but I think the stock will be $1 or higher by the end of November. Ward Richardson, Eric B., there is another meeting with Railtown the 15th through the 17th. I didn't know that. Maybe that's for board members. They get together before the shareholders meeting. I want to go to it. Eric B. Oh, gasp, I didn't see that. Eric B., sorry for that. Ward Richardson, Eric B., or conference. Eric B. Ward Richardson, I see something with Railtown Capital Corp, but not with Railtown AI. Might be the same guys. Pooh Gillespie, does Mamdani's win mean that New York state budget will be diverted to propping up Pakistan and disabling West Africa to counter the government shutdown, pinching CIA funding shut? No, but I heard this morning that the people who have moved to Florida from New York City, from New York, particularly those who collect pensions and other income streams from New York, $2 billion, 2 billion with a B, has been diverted to Miami. And those funds go locally into charitable contributions, schools, highways, and elsewise. And I think it'd be far more likely that funds would go to Israel than to Pakistan. I mean, come on, Mamdani was 1,000 to 1 outsider, the darkest of dark horses, lots of life. Yeah, I don't know how old you are, but Mamdani is from the AOC school, the Bernie Sanders school of the Democratic Party. And Bernie Sanders was massively successful in his 2 presidential runs, and I think he would have beaten Hillary if she hadn't cheated. I don't know about his second run, but I think he would have beaten Biden if Claiborne hadn't made a deal to have the South Carolina primary before New Hampshire, or immediately. They moved the timing immediately afterward, and Claiborne said, "I want I don't know what the correct term is now. I want an African American woman to be your vice presidential candidate." Of course, he chose an Indian, a woman whose skin was slightly darker, but she's not African American at all. She has no African American background. But to a white guy, hey, she looks like it. So he picked Kamala Harris. And then James Claiborne's other demand was you put an African American woman on the Supreme Court. So you got the lovely one, Ketanji Brown. I don't know how to say her name. So Jim Clyburn delivered South Carolina to Joe Biden, and Elizabeth Warren. I think at that point, Bernie Sanders, everybody dropped out, and you ended up with Joe Biden. But what it hid was that the Democratic Party really buys into this, whatever it's called, democratic socialism. The Bernie Sanders AOC wing of the Democratic Party. This is a result, frankly, I think, of the educational system, and youth is voting for it. And that's just how it is. And I can't go so far as to say that it's the younger women voting that way, but I think that's what it is. I think in the younger generations, women lean extremely left, and men in general tend to be more conservative, although there's the men that vote left as well. So I think, Pugleski, it's not that much of a surprise as the younger generation makes its stamp on our politics. I don't think it's that much of a surprise. I don't think he was 1,000-to-1 outsider. Cuomo lost the Democratic primary and then ran again. Cuomo, I'm glad he didn't win. I don't know the other guy, Silva. That would have been a long shot. So I don't agree with you. I don't think Mamdani was that much of a, to you and I maybe, but to the younger, the message really resonates. There's a sense that the baby boomer generation, the spoiled brats of the baby boomers from Bill Clinton to George W. Bush, and all of them, have ruined everything, have all the wealth, have ruined everything for the younger generation. So I think there's a real risk that your next presidential candidate on the Democratic side is Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and her simp white boyfriend with ugly feet that they actually showed in the news because he was wearing sandals. Account settings. Sir William, when would be the next good opportunity to buy silver? Now? Just depends on whether you own it at all. Silver's pulled back, but we can see what David Morgan is saying, but silver account settings is going to become unattainable. There's going to come a time when there's just none left, and I think that's happening now. The fraud that goes on in all assets. For some reason, the banksters think that they should be able to hypothecate and rehypothecate anything that exists. Because to trade and nip off money out of the economy is their right, their existence, and they somehow add value doing this. Silver is the most manipulated market in the world. And silver was by far a layup trade. Layup trade. At $15, $20, $25, $30. Now it's $60. It's volatile. But I don't know enough of your ownership but I think everybody should have at least 5 to 10, 25% of their assets in silver. Unfortunately, I actually think right now Railtown's a better place to be to build that up. But if we get to the point in the first quarter or so, I'm sure I'm going to be suggesting we at least borrow 5% to add to silver, maybe the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. But the risk of waiting account settings is that silver becomes unobtainable. These guys will sell by hypothecation in the paper markets. They'll sell the entire annual production of silver in half an hour. And they'll do it multiple times, a week, a year, a month. And that all works as long as silver doesn't get out of control. But silver's doubled. Silver has doubled. And it's still on a nominal basis, silver has finally joined all other asset classes and hit new highs above 52.50 from 1980. It's the only asset in that entire bull market that has not made new highs. Well, technically, it just did. But when you adjust for inflation or adjust for other assets, but if you adjust for inflation, silver would have, I have it here. I'll try to pull it out. We can talk about it later here. I think silver would have to go to $200 or $250 to make new highs based on an inflation adjusted level. I'm so mad I missed out on it. There are brief moments in history where the safe haven assets, gold and silver, offer the greatest potential gains in purchasing power. But I haven't been talking about it, account settings. This is my favorite investment because right now I think Railtown's where to be. I just don't think. I believe silver is going to go to $120, $125. It'll double now. When it was 25 or 30, there was 3 or 4x ahead. Now there's a double, but there's also volatility. And when the market crashes, number one, it may not get to 120 or 25 before the market crashes. Number two, it is going to be manipulated. They're not going to let the banks get in trouble. And number three, when the market crashes, silver will pull back as everything is sold. But you might not be able to buy physical. So if you don't own physical silver, now's the time to buy it. But in terms of the trading assets, look, if you don't have exposure to silver, you just got to buy it, and you don't care about the price. It will become unobtainable. It's not a typical asset, but I haven't talked about it much because the place to be is Railtown, and we've waited in Railtown while they got the AIP deal finished, which I think was mostly about getting 102 pages out of the law firm. Bless their hearts. Okay, let me just read this to you. Account settings. Something happened in 1980, before your parents met. The price of silver shot up from $1.29 to a Chicago Board of Trade intraday high of $52.50 an ounce. 1980. Since then, it has made one more run to the $50 level, topping at $48.70 in 2011. But silver has never surpassed $52.50. Now, this book was written before the recent run-up. This is according to Mike Maloney. I would argue that silver is the most undervalued asset in the world today. Can you think of anything else that is selling for less today than in 1980, other than Barry Manilow albums? Silver was definitely in a bubble in January of 1980. But I believe that because of the coming economic storm, both gold and silver are destined for bubbles far greater this time around. So for fun, let's compute. Now that's the correct use of that word. Let's compute what the silver price would be if it went into the same type of bubble relative to the growth factor in currency supply and other assets since 1980. The numbers below show where silver would be relative to its 1980 peak, with the price derived simply by multiplying the 1980 $52.50 high by the percentage rise in these other categories since then to their most recent peaks in this decade. So if you compare silver per ounce to the consumer price index, and you start from the 1980 high, which, you could debate whether you should, silver should be $200 an ounce. $200 an ounce. If you compare the median home price to the growth in the median home price to the silver high of 1980, I think that's a fair comparison, because home prices have gone to highs and kept going up. Silver would be $468 an ounce just to get to the high of home price, median home price. If you compared silver to the Wilshire 5000 stock index, taking the 1980 high, I think that's fair, because the stock indexes made highs and keep making them. Silver should be priced at $2,178 an ounce. If you compare silver to 10-year Treasury bonds, and the way you would do that is just measure it by, as yields go down, the price of bonds go up. So if you use the 10-year as a comparison, silver should be trading at $1,059 an ounce. If you measure silver from its 1980 $52.50 high, if you compare it to United States gross domestic product over that 45 years, it would be $468 an ounce. If you took the 1980 high of $52.50, intraday high, and compared it to the currency in circulation, I assume he means growth, from that time, it would be $971 an ounce. If you compared it to M2, it'd be $781 an ounce. If you compared it to MZM, which was canceled that measurement was canceled by the Fed in 2021, it'd be $1,250 an ounce. If you average all of those, silver, to match up to what other assets have done over this 45-year bull market, silver should be $921 an ounce. So my answer is buy it when you can. My strategy, because I'm not a wealthy man any longer, at least in my terms, I'm not sure I was ever a wealthy man in some of you all's terms, but right now, account settings, my strategy is, I just have a small position, but my strategy is to allow Railtown to do what I think is going to be a 10, 15, 20x, just for starters. I also, account settings, believe very strongly, although I'm pushing the envelope on this, but I believe Railtown is likely to be acquired either in a friendly way or an aggressive way within the next 6 months. It may not close in that time frame, but I'm talking about the, the visibility of such an offer. So I think in a buyout, I think Railtown, and I've backed off from my really high numbers, like 175, 225, 250, because I think Railtown is going to be sold earlier in its growth cycle than I used to assume, just because I think everything is speeding up. Also, I think if Corey's thinking the way I would, that he can double the number of shares outstanding, but no further, by acquiring the AIP companies, my denominator's bigger. So having said that, I still struggle to come up with a number in, let's say, a bidding war. Like all you need is 2 buyers. What would Railtown be purchased for in terms of price in exchange for stock if Microsoft came in to buy them, or if Constellation Software, or if NVIDIA in, let's say, in the second quarter of next year? I really think it'll be north of $55. Will it be north of $100? It easily could be, but it also could fall in that $75, $80 range. But it could be $150. I don't know. We don't have enough information. But my point is, account settings, you can take an account, I'm not talking about yours, an account can experience 100x from here, maybe 200x from here, maybe better, in an acquisition by, let's say, NVIDIA. Once that happens, just like I gave in the previous example, 5 or 10% of that account can go to maybe the Sprott Physical Silver Trust or go to Physical Silver, but 10% of the account at that time is bigger than the account today. So that's how I see it's just strategy. It's gamemanship. What are the risks? The risks are the stock market crashes out of the blue more quickly, and therefore silver and gold crash, but we don't have enough money to really buy meaningfully into silver and gold during the margin sell-off. But after the margin sell-off, I expect silver and gold. I personally think silver is going to go 1-to-1 for gold in a spike. I don't see anyone else saying that, but that's what I say. So there are some risks, but those very same risks, I think, I cannot get it out of my head, are going to cause Microsoft and NVIDIA to spend their 70x PE stock to buy revenue and growth in the AI space or Constellation Software, which is down 25% from its highs, they're going to get aggressive to buy that sooner rather than later. And I also think Railtown will be for sale sooner rather than later because of those same dynamics. So as it relates to silver, the risk is the COMEX or the London Bullion Exchange melts down. The risk is Elon Musk needs silver for his automobiles. The risk is the Pentagon needs silver to build hypersonic missiles because we bombed deserts and assaulted mountains while Russia and Iran and China developed smart weapons of the next generation. So we have to catch up. We have to rebuild all the missiles we supplied to a white colonial, theocratic country on the edge of the Middle East to fight her multiple wars because she can't get along with anybody. We've got to rebuild each cruise missile, each Tomahawk requires a monster box of silver. So the Army could go in to the futures markets. Apple could go into the futures markets. A billionaire could go into the futures markets and say, I want to own, 100 million ounces of silver, and it could cause the collapse of everything. So the risk in the strategy I'm pursuing is that the whole thing collapses sooner and silver explodes higher, and we're not in it. That's why I think you have to buy some physical. And if you don't own physical, I would buy junk silver. John calls it constitutional silver. But in my experience, which doesn't mean it'll happen again, when the public really, the public's already been headlined to death about silver and gold, and the dollar's going to collapse, and the United States is a disaster, and we're the Roman Empire, and that may well happen, but is it going to happen this year or next? So gold and silver got ahead of themselves, and those same cowboys that destroyed the small price stocks went in and crashed it. I don't know the exact prices because I don't look, because it breaks my heart right now. But to get into silver, you're going to have to pay more than you would have 3 months ago. I personally do not think silver will ever get below $40, $45 again. Now, that depends when the crash comes. If silver goes to $100 or $125 and then a crash comes, there are people out there, one of the preeminent ones, David Hunter, says that silver could go back to $25, $30 in a sell-off. I don't think so. But that's what he's a lot smarter than I am. I think once silver breaks 52.50, which it has, but it does it dramatically, that becomes where it pulls back. Could it pull back under 52.50, go to 48, 45? Yeah, from 125, but I don't think it goes much lower. I really don't. So anything, if you don't own any silver, anything you buy here, I think first should be physical silver, and I think it should be junk silver. Junk silver, the premium will expand in a panic, and I believe you'll be able to sell junk silver with, compared to now, you could, in an extreme panic, I bet you can sell junk silver with $25, $30, $35, $40 premium to spot price. That's again a hell of a prediction, but I think that's what's going to happen. And then you depending on your strategy and depending on availability, you sell that and you buy bars of silver or coins at a lower multiple, a lower premium. So you're ever increasing your ounces of silver. But because we missed the $20, the $25, the $30 silver, waiting the hell on bureaucrats to release money, owning silver is going to be a little more volatile now. And building a position of silver, it's going to be a bit of paying more than you want. You got to ignore what already happened and dealing with the volatility. Silver is still in the stage, in my judgment, where you can create wealth. Gold may have already had its run where you create wealth. There might be a little bit more in it to create wealth, but gold is rapidly pricing itself into the preservation of wealth range. So silver had this great opportunity at 15, 20, 25, 30 to create wealth. I still think there's a bit more of that in it. But at some point, silver too will be about preserving wealth as currencies collapse. And that's a different game. So by the time Railtown goes up, if the attorneys ever finish maybe filing, I hope if they enter into a negotiation to be bought out by Microsoft, for example, they don't use that law firm. I can suggest a guy in New York that will be very responsive, or a guy here in DC. Next day. But by the time we get through the bureaucracy, building a position in silver may just be about preserving wealth, not about creating wealth. I don't think we're there yet, but I guess you're kind of asking technically what the price could do in the short run. It's always possible they could bring it down, scare everyone. It's going to be volatile. That's why I think it would have been great to build. But our timing, I chose Railtown as a focus for everyone instead of silver, because silver is a double. And from here, silver is a double before there's a crash. Railtown remains 10x, 20x, 30x, 100x, 200x until the story changes. So in that kind of creation of wealth, which is what it is, I think then turning to preservation of wealth makes a lot of sense. So I don't know. That's a long answer. We can talk more about it today and over this week. But if you're trading silver, you're better skilled than I am, Gunga Din. I think silver is all about owning it. I think there will come a time in the United States of America where people who own silver, gold, maybe platinum, palladium, other things, will be the new elite. They'll be the ones that are their own central bank, and they will have control of their destiny. And it's cyclical. I mean, you may come to a point where you can buy an income producing multi-unit property for a box of silver. And you should. When silver gets up to those lofty top of cycle prices, we should be exchanging silver for real assets, perhaps real estate at really depressed prices, or perhaps an apple orchard, or perhaps we can become you know, some other industry we can buy into. Personally, I would look to buy long-lived oil wells and natural gas wells, but there might be geothermal, there might be other industries. Anyway, thank you for your question, account settings. Unfortunately, it distracts everybody. And I don't really want people allocating money to silver now that they could allocate to Railtown. On the other hand, everybody has to do what they have to do, and obviously it's on your mind. So I tried to give as thorough an answer as I could for now. Ward Richardson, Eric B., I do not remember what it was about. I read 4 to 6 hours a day on AI News. I read 4 to 6 hours a day on AI News. Eric B., Ward, I continue searching. Let us know. D. Gordon is very happy with the live stream. Thank you, D. Justin, did you just say Railtown could be acquired in an aggressive way, different from a friendly way? What does that mean? Well, that means an unsolicited offer. That means a buyout that comes from, it means an unfriendly takeover. It means if Railtown's revenues jumped by, let's say by February to 200 million, and then they start rolling in AIP, and AIP brings it to 400 million, 500 million, and Railtown's still trading, let's say, at $20, well, it's going to bring in buyers. And it may be the case that somebody goes out, just, I don't know if you remember it, it used to be called Greenmail. Somebody goes out and buys 4.9% of the stock in the open market, and maybe, depending on their strategy, crosses the threshold and gets it to 5.1 and puts out an offer to all shareholders to buy the stock for cash, or to buy the stock for stock and cash, or to buy the stock for stock, subject to a time frame. And then that's out there, and then somebody else comes in, but they just do it hoping for shareholders to go along with it in a vote, and the company, I mean, let's use an example. Let's say if Railtown gets to 300, 400 million in revenue forward in the first quarter, and I don't think this will happen, but let's say the stock's trading at $15, and in comes a takeover attempt, and they offer $22 a share. But the brain trust at Railtown says no. We think we're worth $75 a share. So they turn it down. Well, those guys can go out, they can buy 5% of the stock, depending on disclosure that they want to do, make an offering, a tender offer to all the other shares out there above market at $22. And if they get enough votes, it gets done. And then they'll wait and flip it for $75. That can happen. And I expect it to happen, Justin. I think Railtown is, a really desirable asset. It just is a story untold. And as revenue becomes clear, I think everything from unsolicited takeover offers to broker arranged introductions to friendly takeovers are going to happen. And I believe, Justin, I don't want people counting on it. I really don't want people counting on it. But I think there's a non-zero chance and a pretty solid chance that it could all happen rapidly, much more rapidly than people are expecting. On the other hand, it could take a while. I don't want people disappointed if it doesn't happen in the first or second quarter. We could be here for a year and a half. But the ingredients are there for a bidding war to happen with Railtown. That's my opinion. Account settings. Thank you for the detailed explanation, William. Red Pepper Ronnie. Hello. Cheers. Giuseppe Igrano. The Yoko Ono scream was a funny line. Well, it's unfair to her. It's music. When she does it, it's music. Music to her ears. Red Pepper Ronnie, I've been with you since your coffee shop video about MMTLP. I remember that. I ended up there because I couldn't find a quiet place, and I bought sugary cake, piece of cake, and I think they gave me a coffee. I'm not sure. Maybe it was just water. And I went upstairs. I remember that. Through all the highs and lows and through it all, I really appreciate your company, and thank you for sharing your time with me. Thank you, Red Pepperoni. Believe it or not, I appreciate particularly that you were there randomly, that you stuck with it. I know I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've stepped my foot wrong more than once. And I appreciate you tolerating those mistakes and those I don't know if it's ever been arrogant, but maybe my arrogance is my ego, but certainly my let's call them outbursts. I appreciate that you've allowed me those excesses, which I hope over time I've toned down and hope I can limit. I don't mean to be a jerk, but I know I can be sometimes. So anyway, thank you for sticking with me, Red Pepper. Red Pepper Ronnie, and for sharing your time with the community, I'm sure. Red Pepper says, we all learn together the system is stacked against us, and that's the way it is. No kidding. It's quite frustrating. All right, the stock now has 50,000 on the bid. And to show my bias, I think that's a real bid. On the ask, they have 42,000 for sale, showing my bias. I don't think that's a real sale, but you can adjust your thinking for my bias. The bid is 50,000 shares, 41 cents. The ask is 43.1, 42,500 shares. And the last trade was 500 shares at 42 cents. That, I think, was the first trade in quite a while, because my time in sales is inaccurate. But that 130 shares at 43 cents was a while ago. All of my trades show the time of 10:26, which is weird. 10:26:07. I don't know why that is. All right, let me go see Eric B. I'm surprised to see that the announcement with TELUS did not generate more momentum. You're not the only one that says that. I'm not surprised, which annoys people that I talk to, because I've seen this before in days of lore. Back when there were real markets and real price discovery and all that, I've seen it happen before, where something comes out of the blue and you go, wow, that's big. And it can take a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days for it to catch. Partly, the people running institutional money are just human beings, and sometimes they need it to be explained to them by research analysts or by the company or by presentations. Many institutions out there, by the way, I believe haven't even heard of Railtown. And so it's a new idea. You know, it's the same human process we all go through. But Eric, my favorite two choices for natural buyers of Railtown are John Ruffalo, Mavericks, and Omer's, and the Omer Venture Fund, which used to be led by Mike Norbrega, one of the founders of AIP. So it's possible, Eric. I have no idea, but it's possible that those guys are waiting for the attorneys, bless their heart. They're doing the best they can. The attorneys at I forget the name. I can't. The definitive filing in Canada that says the closing occurred. Now, I don't put it past, as I just described, and I'm not going to use the descriptions again. But I wouldn't put it past certain people, like attorneys, to say, we're not filing it until you pay us. That might be going on. It's self-destructive, but the logic never enters into it. That could be going on. But Eric, I think some of those buyers, like Omer's or Mavericks, might have to wait till that deal is filed before they can buy. I don't know. I might be searching for an explanation. It may not be that. It could be that those guys, out of favorite attorney word and abundance of caution, are going to wait 2, 3, 4 days from the TELUS announcement to start buying. I don't know. It could be some of these institutional buyers cannot buy below $1. And I'll throw another one out to you, Eric, which is a complete guess on my part. So don't count on it. But what if there's more to the TELUS news? I don't know. What could it be? Dr. Kaur mentioned yesterday and the day before when I played his video, the excellent interview led by Rebecca Kurzweil. He mentioned that the AI network companies, AI companies, he used some term. What I'm going to use is my own term. They're going to be based on the TELUS data center. He used a different term. But the point is, they're going to house, and again, I'm using my own term as I understood it, they're going to house their systems with TELUS. Maybe TELUS is going to describe that in more detail. I don't know. I'm really grasping for straws, Eric, but it could be that those two natural buyers have to wait on legal advice until the story is more fleshed out and more fully distributed. I don't know. I don't know. It could just be a delay in processing the information, talking to the company. Maybe they're negotiating. We would like to buy stock from you directly, and the company is saying, hell no. But they're saying, well, can you give us some down here and we'll buy the rest? Who the hell knows? Eric, I really don't know. I'm giving you all sorts of scenarios I can think of, but the fact is institutional buying hasn't shown up yet. I personally do not think it means that it won't. I think it will. It's just that it's not obvious to us yet why. I've tried to give you several possible reasons. They could be distracted on other transactions. Maybe Mavericks hasn't closed its first funding round. Maybe Almers has an investment committee and they just simply won't invest in a company under $2 Canadian. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe what we need here, Eric, is for a research analyst to explain to retail in Canada why they should own the stock, because they can't put 2 and 2 together without a research analyst. Maybe Canaccord Genuity is going to put out research, but first they want to arrange a financing. I don't know, Eric, it could be anything. It could be anything. I too am surprised that there's not more buying. On the other hand, there were no revenue numbers attached to that announcement. There was no color on that announcement. There was no explanation of the scope of their arrangement. There was no further discussion of Dr. Tom Core's point that the AIP companies would be housed, I forget his word, at the TELUS data center. There's just not enough information. So it's all of a piece that we have to wait and wait and wait. But I think our wait's almost come to its end. I think the stock is behaving better than the price showing. Underlying, I think it's behaving better than the price is showing. And I don't think we have to wait much longer. Tomorrow is Thursday. Maybe we see something tomorrow. It's 2 days from the announcement, but maybe it's Friday. That's 3 days. Maybe it's next week. If one of their compliance officers or attorneys says, we recommend that you don't buy any shares until this news is fully distributed, maybe they buy next week. I don't know, Eric. You can tell I'm scrambling for a positive explanation. I do not believe that the news was bad news. I do not believe that the news signals that there's something wrong at the company. I do not believe the news signals that we're going to have to wait for revenues. I do not believe that the news signals that the company is going to do a toxic financing. So I don't know how to explain the delay in a way that you go, aha. But I can tell you, Eric, in my previous life, I saw it all the time. And you don't understand why the news is there. Why isn't anybody buying? And then all of a sudden, Johnston Lemon, analyst, issues a buy recommendation, and boom, it starts to run. Who knows? I don't know what the catalyst is going to be here or what the holdup is, but I think very soon you're going to see a much higher stock price in Railtown. Very soon. Could it be this hour? Probably not, but it could be. But it certainly could be tomorrow. Neil Gondek. Hello, Bill. Hello. Steve, I'm late to the party, Uncle Bill. Well, we already ate the cake and we drank the good wine, so you can go out to the keg and pour yourself some National Bow. But thank you for joining. Eric B., when do you think the analysts will begin their coverage? If you recall, I made a bold projection. I can't remember how I phrased it, but I think I already projected that the analysts would start a week or 2 or 3 ago. Or maybe I said after the AIP news, within a week. I said something like that. So my sense that analyst reports would come out quickly, really quickly, so far hasn't proved to be true. But I think there's a small caveat in that the AIP deal hasn't been filed with the authorities yet. I do think it's completed. Otherwise, Rebecca would not have, and Dr. Tom Core would not have agreed to that interview. So I think it is So when do I think research will come out? I think Canaccord is the most natural source of research, and obviously it has to come off their restricted list. I don't know what the terms are of their restricted list, but again, it might include the filing for sure that that deal is closed, that acquisition is complete. But Canaccord also might be in the middle of trying to get a financing, you know. Hey, we want to own 1 million shares. Can't you let us in? You know, and so if they're doing that, it's going to stay on their restricted list until I think Corey tells them to pound sand. We're not doing anything down at these prices. So I don't think Canaccord's going to be the first research. I think all the other suspects, like I can't think of all the Canadian firms, TD Ameritrade. I don't think any of them have been exposed to the story yet. So I don't expect that. The one I expect that could come out is the firm that already did have research, and that's called Capital Research or Research Capital. I can't remember the name. It's over here. I can't get it. Anyway, Capital Research Capital. I think their research will come out just as soon as they can get Corey on the phone. That's my opinion. I think they could come out with research by Friday because they want to get it. They want to get the kudos for calling this trade. But maybe early next week. I don't think Research Capital is going to take much longer to get out a report. Of course, the guy who wrote the report left the firm, so maybe there's going to be a process of getting the new analyst up to speed. That could delay it. That could delay it. And I don't know where that guy Venakata Velapapundi went. He might be at another research firm, and he might get a jump on Research Capital. If he's involved, I think he'd want to get something out by Friday or by Monday. He knows the story, and I don't think he'd need much of an update to publish something. So it's a good question, Eric. I think it'll be soon. Neil Gondek, hello, Bill, added another 60,000 shares. Wow. Neil, my man. My man. That is amazing. And I'm really jealous, but I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. Everybody here I'm happy for. That's amazing. And you bought today? That is amazing. Let me look up the Canadian trading. There it is. 59 cents. $115,000 volume. I see your trade. It was before noon, maybe. That's really great, Neil. I really think you did the right thing. I'm going to go on the Canadian Stock Exchange. See if I can see your trade. I don't think I can, but I'll try. So they only show 139 million shares outstanding. We know that's not going to be true. Volume is 106,000, so you were half the volume if they count it that way. Yeah, I'm not going to see your trade. I don't get the depth here, so I can't see your trade. But the ask right now, the bid is WD Latimer, 3,000 shares at 58 cents. Supposedly, the ask is 10,500 from TD Securities. I don't believe it. Recent trades in Canada, the buyer was anonymous. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's great, Neil. Bravo. You guys, when you guys are rich, I'm going to have to go through your multiple secretaries to talk to you. But I'm really glad that you've built such a good position. That's fantastic. And you know, what you bought today is maybe a little more expensive than the rest you paid for. I don't know. But you're not going to have to wait. You're not going to have to wait a long time. I know it feels like this is going to continue for a while, but I had a shrink once who told me that the human brain, we tend to think that our future is going to be what happened to us over the last 2 years, and that's usually not the case. So that's maybe some of what's going on right now. We feel like Railtown is going to be flat and not going to do something dramatic because that's what we've experienced for all these months. Red Pepper Ronnie, one last comment before I've got to get back to work. I hope you and Ham can have a call again sometime in the future. Life is too short to hold grudge. I don't have a grudge. I don't have a grudge. But Ham made a decision to, I don't know, dispose of me. So that's life. I I am a little miffed, but I don't have a grudge. If there even are any between you guys. Um, Red Pepperoni, sorry, last comment for real this time. I watched an old gold video of yours and I'm impressed you actually knew what a geophysicist was. I used to be a geophysicist. Really? Really? Wow. Wow. We'll have to meet. You're in Texas. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Red Pepperoni. Now get back to work. But yeah, someday, someday, I'm trying to get some things done in the mining space, and I just watched a video last night. I was half asleep, but um, uh, I guess he's Sir Penrose. He doesn't believe in the whatever you call it, the my brain. I don't think it's called quantum. But anyway, he thinks this new part of physics is all wrong. Anyway, there was another guy on last night, and it was an old interview, and I fell asleep, so I can't recreate it. But he also was questioning whether physics has gone down the right trail. I know that's different than what you're talking about here, but it just made me think of it. Anyway, we'll leave the ramblings for another time. Account settings. William, I read an AI data center is being built in Quebec by TELUS, which is one of the most eco-friendly and one in North America. Hundreds of thousands of users from different businesses will operate from there and use the suite that AIP and Rail provides. Well, are you making an assumption that they'll use the suite? Or was it in the article? Because if it was in the article, that's worth reading. Rail will get a cut from that, maybe millions of dollars. Do you think it's a right analysis? I don't know where you're getting that, but I think it's plausible. I don't know about Rail. I don't know how the revenue would be allocated. If the AIP companies are going to be housed on TELUS data center, what Dr. Core implied on Monday, and then customers go to TELUS to use one of the AIP network services, I could see a way that there would be, I mean, obviously, there would be revenue going to the AIP network companies because of the TELUS data center, but I'm not sure how the revenue would be shared. Would TELUS just act like, is TELUS going to act like Apple Computer? And it's going to be like an app on your phone. So every time you pay the app company, Apple's taking a third. Could TELUS take a big chunk of everything? Maybe. I don't know exactly how that's going to work. Now, then you bring in sort of the conductor suite of tools to the extent that the conductor suite, which I think is 5 products, adds value to the network companies, because remember, they're in a cross-selling situation. So if the network companies, house their cloud on TELUS, and then that networking company uses Conductor so that TELUS, I suppose if customers come via TELUS to the network company, that's a pretty clear way of the revenue going. But if the network company is using the conductor platform, they're going to be paying something to Railtown for that platform. Yeah, I could see revenue coming from that. And could I see it in the millions? Yeah, I could. That's why it's a big announcement, but it hasn't caught on yet. I don't know whose eyes need to be there, but there's going to be somebody that says, hey, presto, we better buy this. Colby Cormer, good for you, Colby. Congratulations. My last order went through. Good for you, Colby. $3,000. Awesome. Awesome. Bravo. Bravo. Good for you. I love that you guys are taking a chance now to add, because this is the lull. This is the eye of the storm, so to speak. This is the pause for the cause. This is the inexplicable delay when everybody sees the information, but nobody acts. Maybe it's the moment that the guy sees the beautiful girl of his dreams and she's sitting alone and he starts to walk over to her and his phone rings. And when he comes back, one of the guys behind the bar has already won her heart. There seems to be some back and forth thing going on now. All right, let me see what I had in my, I don't think I have very much to show you. Step right up. Come on, man. If you'd like to see. Well, let's show this because account settings just brought it up. Let's show this. It's going to say, boy, you sure have a lot of files. Watch, it'll say that. And I'll say, well, why can't you give me more space? There's data centers worldwide that can increase the memory. All right, they're starting to trade. They're hitting the bid. Well, no, it's 42 cents. So that was a buy. Let me see what the trade was. It's not much. It's not much. 551 shares at 42 cents, then 500 shares of 42 cents. But they show the volume is up to 144,000 shares. We are now trading at 42 cents. The ask is 42.28, 42.27, 42.26, 42.22, 42.21. They want you to think there's a lot of stock for sale, but there isn't. It's all crap. It's all crap. All right, let me take that comment down. And this I was going to show you. TELUS launches Canada's first sovereign AI data center, written by Ben Kraske, September 29th, 2025. And the magazine is called Data Center. You can find it. TELUS opens its sovereign AI factory in Quebec, empowering Canadian businesses with secure AI compute infrastructure powered by renewable energy and NVIDIA. TELUS has announced the opening of Canada's first fully sovereign AI factory located in Rimouski, Quebec. You can find it in the latest issue of Field and Stream. The facility represents a milestone in the country's data center and AI landscape, combining advanced NVIDIA GPUs with Hewlett-Packard designed infrastructure to deliver secure, high-performance computing for businesses, researchers, and public institutions. Quote, today marks a defining milestone for Canada's digital future. Indeed, with the launch of our nation's first fully sovereign AI factory in Rimouski, I miss you like a mooski misses a hat rack. We are maximizing Canadian autonomy over sensitive data, says Darren Entwistle, president and CEO of TELUS. He certainly looks earnest. Businesses, researchers, and government should not have to rely on Trump. No, should not have to rely on foreign-controlled systems to advance their AI ambitions. Today, we are helping to achieve that by delivering advanced computing power within data centers built, owned, and operated by Canadians. TELUS is safeguarding our data, protecting our sovereignty, and empowering our economy. Quote, from Rimouski today to Kamloops tomorrow, we are creating the backbone for Canada's productivity, competitiveness, and global leadership in the digital era. TELUS's pioneering AI factories leverage the latest generation technology from industry leaders like NVIDIA and HPE and are powered by billions of dollars we have already invested in our world-leading pure fiber network. Importantly, TELUS is providing the secure sovereign foundation our country needs to create made-in-Canada solutions, accelerate growth, and secure our place in the digital economy for generations to come, unquote. If you find this article, you can push that video, but I've played that video for you. The Rimouski data center is designed to provide organizations with full capabilities to train, fine-tune, and deploy AI models while ensuring Canadian data stays within the national borders. TELUS, the first North American service provider to join the NVIDIA Cloud Partner Network, offers access to NVIDIA's most advanced software and reference architectures, reducing both deployment time and costs. This is the Federal Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation, Evan Solomon. Quote, TELUS's new sovereign AI initiative is a welcome addition to Canada's growing digital infrastructure, says Evan Solomon, Minister of Artificial Intelligence and Digital Innovation. Expanding data and computer capacity here at home supports the government's vision for AI-driven productivity and competitiveness. By keeping data and compute within Canada, TELUS is contributing to responsible innovation and strengthening our borders' broader economic objectives, alongside the many other partners building critical data centers across the country. Technology partnerships driving performance. The Sovereign AI Factory has been developed with technology partners NVIDIA and Hewlett Packard. Sovereign AI, quote, infrastructure enables countries to innovate on their own terms while protecting their most valuable data, unquote, says Ronnie Vasishta, Senior Vice President of Telecom at NVIDIA. There's Ronnie. Quote, TELUS is bringing this vision to reality in Canada, building a robust platform combining the most advanced NVIDIA AI technology with their world-class infrastructure in a truly sovereign environment. The AI Factory will provide Canadian businesses with the capabilities to develop AI solutions, accelerate time to market, and compete on the global stage, unquote. Trish Damkroger, Senior Vice President and General Manager of HPC and AI Infrastructure Solutions at HPE, adds, quote, to accelerate AI innovation and drive positive social impact, nation states and public entities will need a purpose-built sovereign solution that delivers the scale, performance, and governance to unlock growth while protecting data and IP. IP sometimes, but always in private. This is a picture of Trish Damkroger. Quote, TELUS's investment in a sovereign AI factory will empower Canada's public and commercial sectors to innovate in the era of AI, and we are honored to collaborate with them on delivering the critical infrastructure and services to advance their missions, supporting Canadian enterprises and researchers. The factory will also host solutions from League, Accenture, and OpenText. League will use the infrastructure to deliver AI-powered healthcare services, storing sensitive patient data within Canada before we exercise our euthanasia laws to escort them off the planet early. Accenture will develop industry-specific solutions for highly regulated sectors, while OpenText will provide enterprise-grade AI cloud services to more than 1,600 Canadian organizations. Valerie Pisano, President and CEO of MILA, Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute, says, quote, Canadian AI research has always been world-leading, but access to truly sovereign, high-performance computing infrastructure has been a critical gap. Mind the gap. The ask is now under 42. Now it's over 42 cents. Quote, TELUS's sovereign AI factory provides the Canadian AI community with the computational resources needed to advance breakthrough research while keeping our work within Canadian borders. The sovereign infrastructure enables us to translate Canadian AI innovations into real-world applications that benefit our economy and society, unquote. Green by design. The Rimouski facility operates on 99% renewable energy and delivers 3 times greater energy efficiency than the industry average. Its natural cooling systems reduce water consumption by over 75%, demonstrating how advanced compute facilities can combine environmental sustainability with large-scale AI capabilities. This is a picture of Benjamin Bergen of the Council of Canadian Innovators. Quote, it is very good to see both the public sector and large enterprises and embracing the need for sovereign cloud and AI systems, unquote, notes Benjamin Bergen of the Council of Canadian Innovators. With Rimouski now live and further expansion planned in Kamloops, TELUS is positioning sovereign AI data centers at the heart of Canada's digital economy, ensuring security, sovereignty, and scalability for the future. Just 4 more things. They're just pictures. They're nothing to read. Nothing to read. I just want to support what Donna said earlier. I think this shows you at 1025, they did 43,000 shares, 177. Somebody just had to sell. That was manipulation to break the bid. And then somebody further had to sell 20,000 shares. So there were 63,000. And when you add in 4 and 4 and 3, there was 74,000 shares, all traded very quickly in the morning, all to try to drive it down. And the stock held up. Here's my little chart of Railtown. You see the yellow resistance line, the declining line there. I believe Railtown's broken out of that. Now, I used a thick line, of course, but right in here, to me, even though the stock closed down after it punctured the 15-day or whatever it is here moving average, the green one, and touched the 20-day moving average or the 50-day moving average, I think it's natural to pull back. But I think it has turned the corner. That's what I see here. This low is higher than the previous low, and I think it's turned the corner. And I think you're going to see a similar move like the move in just before it, where it breaks out and goes back to this 60-cent range, maybe a little higher. That horizontal resistance there is right around 62.5 cents. And I think that might be a pause. Anyway, I like the technical setup, but I agree with the gentleman before that it's not overwhelming. Somebody sent me this from someone, Railtown, I don't know who posted this, a little bit of a double bottom going here. Looks like it's ready to break back over the major moving averages and start working its way to the middle of the Bollinger Band. Positive news yesterday. That's helpful, I hope. And this came from Screech. I think Screech is the mascot of the Baltimore Orioles. I think it's Screech. I might have the wrong team. Maybe it's the Nationals is Screech. Railtown chart close to breaking the downtrend line would be very bullish. Now, when you see downtrend, you're going, that can't be bullish. But you see, he draws a triangle there, and he sees the same breakout. He's just much more accurate than I am. And so he doesn't quite see that it has broken out yet. But that's day trading. You don't need to be a day trader to be a winner in Railtown. David, if anyone still has finger, just letting you know, Ace will be interviewing Martin on his show Thursday. No, exactly. That somebody told me that. I didn't know what day it was, David. But Ace will interview Martin Shen on his show Thursday. I encourage everyone to watch it. As you know, I know Martin, and I think he's terrific. So, and Ace is a great guy. So I would call you. Thank you, David, for calling everyone's attention to that. And it's certainly, if you're interested in finger motion, that's the best source is Martin Shen. And it'd be great to learn about the future revenues. All the questions. That's very good of you to put that up, David. All right, I'd like to know if the government opened up today, because I saw the Senate. The Senate was voting on judges. How do they do that if the government's not open? Realtors' phones ringing off the hook as panicked New Yorkers flee Mamdani's chaos. We'll see if what the follow through is. Well, I don't see that it's open. So I guess Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson left humiliated after making an epic gaffe while trying to school a U.S. solicitor. Let people make gaffes. Gaffes, everybody makes a gaffe. Socialist mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani declares war on President Trump, capitalism, and traditional America. Yeah, well, let's see what happens. All right, I guess it's not open. Terrible plane accident in Kentucky. No, I don't see a lot of news here about the government. I don't see a lot of government news. So we got 15 minutes to go. Cowboys leave the NFL world in shock over blockbuster trade. Effing bonkers. I don't know much about football. They went all in at the trade deadline and are getting absolutely crushed for the price they paid to acquire Jets defensive lineman Quinnen Williams. Dallas is drunk, Simmons said. This is one of the worst. If I were a Cowboys fan, my head would be doing 360s. You're 3-5-1. You have no chance to do anything in the playoffs. What are you doing? All right, well, let's get off of football. After all, All right, well, the news is very slow, very slow. So we'll leave that alone. Sean, I wonder why Ace is talking to him all of a sudden. Sounds fishy. Ace stopped talking about Finger months ago. Now he's the new spokesman. Well, I think Cam and Ace have a good relationship, and Ace has a good audience. You know, Justin Babish. I wonder what Martin Shen is going to say. I don't think he's going to say anything that would need to be in a mass press release. I'm willing to watch it though. Yeah. Ace is the place to watch Martin Shen. Talk about Finger. All right, let's look at the 10 minutes to go. Let's look at the prices. It's 17,450 shares bid for at 40 cents. The ask is 63,500 over and over again at different prices, all around 41 cents. But they're trying to show you that it's a massive amount of stock for sale. The last trade was 500 shares at 0.4045. Prior to that, there was 1,000 shares at 41 cents, and then 100 shares at 0.405, and then previously 551 shares at 42, and 500 shares at 42. So it's all washing. It's all trying to make a penny here, penny there on 500 shares. It's nothing. It doesn't tell you anything about price discovery or the value of the company. All right, I'm going to try to read, and I'll start it now, but I'll interrupt myself with quotes on the stock. But I'm going to read the 8th chapter to The Great Taking, Bank Holiday, because I'm trying to get this information into the record so you see that it's, I'm not trying to disrupt a narrative unduly. The fact is, um, it's very hard to beat the system when the system has created this situation. Awesome. That's awesome, Tebow. Just what you should be doing. The stock is now 40 cents because they're trying to destroy the bid. They want you scared and they want to get it under 40 cents. Uh, there's 16,450 shares bid for at 40 cents. The ask spins around. They're trying to scare you, but it's 0.4088, 0.4011. I can't keep up with the computers. The last trade was 1,000 shares at 40 cents. Actually, I guess they did 1,041, 540, 45, 1,040, 49, and then 1,040. The volume on the day is 148,830, and they want you to believe it's a bad story. I think it's an opportunity to buy the shares. Anyway, let's start again on this. I will interrupt my own reading, even though in the past I tried not to with this, but I don't know how to get it started without interrupting. So, Chapter 8 of The Great Taking is called Bank Holiday. My Aunt Elizabeth had been 10 years old when the banks were closed by executive order in 1933. When I asked her to tell me about the Great Depression, she said that suddenly no one had any money, that even wealthy families had no money and had to take their daughters out of private school because they could not pay the tuition. I wondered why even these wealthy families could not send their children back to their schools after the banks were reopened. The answer is that only the Federal Reserve banks and banks selected by the Federal Reserve were allowed to reopen. Quote, the Federal Reserve banks, writes Alan Meltzer, sent the Treasury lists of banks recommended for reopening, and the Treasury licensed those it approved, unquote. Meltzer's study, called A History of the Federal Reserve, is considered the most comprehensive history of the central bank. People with money in banks that were not allowed to reopen lost all of it. Their debts were not canceled, however. These were taken over by the banks selected by the Federal Reserve System. If these people could not make their debt payments, which was now likely, since they had lost their cash, they lost everything they had financed with any amount of debt, e.g., their house, their car, and their businesses. Thousands of banks were never allowed to reopen. The grand facades of former bank buildings could be seen around Cleveland. There was such devastation of banks that a neighborhood Catholic church was built with massive stone columns salvaged from a bank building which had been demolished. The Cleveland Trust Co. had grown through acquisition to become, by 1924, the sixth largest bank in the United States, as noted by the Case Western Reserve University Encyclopedia of Cleveland History, a bestseller. Quote, the bank survived the Depression well, unquote. How was that possible? It was selected by the Federal Reserve to consolidate debts. I had a finance professor who told the class that Cleveland Trust had run a systemic process of foreclosing upon and evicting many thousands of families from their homes in the greater Cleveland area. After these families were evicted from their homes and their equity wiped out, they were offered the possibility of moving back into their former homes as renters. The advantage to the Cleveland Trust being that these families would pay to keep their houses heated until they could be sold. Cleveland Trust did, quote unquote, well. How did my finance professor know about this? His family was one of those many thousands of families whose home mortgage had been taken over by Cleveland Trust. All right, let me interrupt. 3:59, 1 minute to go. The bid is 40 cents. 16,450 shares on the bid. The ask is, unfortunately, under the previous close at 40 cents 46. They're showing a lot of computer activity there to convince you there's real sellers. The volume is 149,999. Are you out of your mind? The last trade was 1,015 shares at 40 cents. It's going to close at 40 cents, it looks like. Let's see if that happens. Everything else that I read to you before is green. The close is 40 cents, down almost 2 cents, down 0.0195 on 151,049, and one more chance to buy the stock. All right, let me keep going. So contrast this with the cheery image conveyed by William L. Silber, who was a member of the Economic Advisory Panel of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. In his article, Why Did FDR's Bank Holiday Succeed? Silver, it says Silber the first time and Silver the second time, writes, quote, much to everyone's relief, when the institutions reopened for business on March 13, depositors stood in line to return their hoarded cash to neighborhood banks. Within 2 weeks, Americans had redeposited more than half of the currency that they had squirreled away before the suspension. The market registered its approval as well. On March 15, 1933, the first day of trading after the extended closure, the New York Stock Exchange recorded the largest one-day price increase ever. With the benefit of hindsight, the nationwide bank holiday in March of 1933 ended the bank runs that had plagued the Great Depression. Contemporary observers consider the bank holiday and the fireside chat the 1-2 punch that broke the back of the Great Depression. The speed with which the Bank Holiday Act reestablished the integrity of the payment system demonstrates the power of credible regime-shifting policies, unquote. The Emergency Banking Act of 1933 had been passed by Congress on March 9, 1933, 3 days after FDR declared the bank holiday, with only a single copy available on the floor of the House of Representatives, and with copies being made available to senators as the bill was being proposed in the Senate after it had passed the House. Was it successful? We are led to believe that the bank holiday was a brilliant scheme. Well, it was for some. It was enormously successful for those banking interests who took the assets and consolidated their power. It certainly demonstrated the power of, quote, regime-shifting policies. We will see that it was not just about taking people's homes and other stuff. As to ending the panic, perhaps that is not so different. sorry, perhaps that is not so difficult to do when you have fomented the panic. In the Wikipedia article, The Great Depression, we find the following illumination of the Fed's odd behavior in the years leading up to the bank holiday. Quote, the monetarist explanation was given by American economists Milton Friedman and Anna J. Schwartz. They argued that the Great Depression was caused by the banking crisis that caused 1/3 of all banks to vanish, a reduction of bank shareholder wealth, and more importantly, monetary contraction of 35%, which they called, quote, the Great Contraction. By not lowering interest rates, by not lowering rates, and by not injecting liquidity into the banking system to prevent it from crumbling, the Federal Reserve passively watched the transformation of a normal recession into the Great Depression. The Federal Reserve allowed some large public bank failures, particularly that of the New York Bank of the United States in December of 1930, which produced panic and widespread runs on local banks, and the Federal Reserve sat idly by while banks collapsed. Friedman and Schwartz argued that if the Fed had provided emergency lending to these key banks, or simply bought government bonds on the open market to provide liquidity and increase the quantity of money after the key banks fell, all the rest of the banks would not have fallen after the large ones did, and the money supply would not have fallen as far and as fast as it did, unquote. This view was endorsed in 2022 by Federal Reserve Governor Ben Bernanke in a speech honoring Friedman and Schwartz with this statement, quote, let me end my talk by abusing slightly my status as an official representative of the Federal Reserve. I would like to say to Milton and Anna regarding the Great Depression, you're right, we did it. We are very sorry, but thanks to you, we won't do it again, unquote. As this, quote, ancient history, let me restart. As this is, quote, ancient history, it was safe for Bernanke to make such an admission. But more to the point, it would allow him to posture as the wise man who had studied the mistakes of the Federal Reserve and then to justify the Fed's extraordinary measures to follow in the global financial crisis. Is the Fed indeed very, quote, sorry? Can anyone believe the promise that, quote, we won't do it again? They have studied the lessons of the past in detail. However, their purpose has been to prepare a new and improved global version for the spectacular end of this debt expansion super cycle. That's what this book is about. Contrary to the image of success, which has been handed down to us, the bank holiday did not end the Great Depression. There was no recovery which might have allowed people to service their debts and keep their property. Why was that? Quote, inexplicably, the Federal Reserve kept conditions tight. quote, according to literature on the subject, the possible causes were a contraction in the money supply caused by the Federal Reserve and Treasury Department policies and contractionary fiscal policies, unquote. If that was a comprehensive program to assure there would be no recovery, it worked quite well. Conditions remained broadly stressful for years, and they kept price levels down so that people had no opportunity to sell assets for paying off debts. I know from family letters that, despite having no debts, times were quite tough. Grandma Webb told her son, who was in a youth program on an army base, about Grandpa Webb having been out trying to get any work for Webb equipment. That was in 1936. Contrary to the image of FDR as a savior, the people in my family who lived through the 30s considered FDR to be something like something like Satan himself, and they were not religious people. Here is an interesting quote from Silber, spelt with a B. Quote, the Emergency Banking Act of 1933, passed by Congress on March 9, combined with the Federal Reserve's commitment to supply unlimited amounts of currency to reopen banks, created de facto 100% deposit insurance, unquote. So according to William L. Silber, who was an economic advisor to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the Fed miraculously and suddenly in March of 1933 had the means to, quote, supply unlimited amounts of currency to reopen banks, unquote, which were, of course, only the banks selected by the Federal Reserve System. Clearly, the Fed had had the means all along to avoid the failure of those thousands of banks. A panic can be fomented easily when you run the system. They made it happen. They planned it and then brought their solution after they got their regime shifting policies in place. The Federal Reserve System and the banks selected by the Fed were prepared to take things from people on a vast scale. Their homes, their cars, and even their new electric appliances, which had been sold to them with the innovation of consumer credit. Did, quote, the bankers need to take this property? What was the real purpose? Can you get past the idea that they were trying to help? Even if we can, we are always led to think about this in a small way, that it was about a natural human greed for money and for material things. It was not then, and it is not now, as they characterized. Ask yourself, if you don't want your money and they don't really want or need your stuff, and they're not trying to help you, what do they want? What's the point of all their efforts? This may be difficult to hear. It was a deliberate strategy. It was about ultimate complete power, allowing no centers of resistance. And so it was about deprivation. It was about subjugation, and it still is in more ways than we know. It was not about helping people then, and it's not about helping people now. It is all part of the same deliberate herding of humanity and elimination of any pockets of resilience which plagues us still. While Cleveland is now a crumbling city, it was a center of incredible prosperity in the 1920s. The Federal Reserve Bank building in Cleveland was completed in 1923, less than 10 years after the signing of the Federal Reserve Act. The bank vault is the largest in the world, and it incorporates the largest hinge ever built. It seems they were preparing to put a lot of stuff in there, and for the possibility that there might be some stress about that. Perhaps it was not to be filled with refrigerators, washing machines, and toasters. There are machine gun turrets above the sidewalk on the street level. There was a larger objective. The preparatory work had been laid when the Federal Reserve System was secretly planned. And with the passage of the Federal Reserve Act in the quiet before Christmas in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act set up an inevitable logic that the Fed must take the gold of the public in a sufficiently major crisis, with the justification that credit could not be expanded otherwise. That is exactly what is now set to happen with all securities owned by the public globally. Here is an important excerpt from the Wikipedia article on Executive Order 6102. Quote, the stated reason for the order was that hard times had caused hoarding of gold, unquote. However, quote, the main rationale behind the order was actually to remove the constraint on the Federal Reserve, preventing it from increasing the money supply during the Depression. The Federal Reserve Act 1913 required 40% gold backing of Federal Reserve notes that were issued. By the late 1920s, the Federal Reserve had almost reached the limit of allowable credit in the form of Federal Reserve demand notes, which could be backed by gold in its possession, unquote. The executive order to confiscate all gold owned by the public was made under the authority of the Trading with the Enemy Act of 1917. Which had been enacted 4 years after the creation of the Federal Reserve. The act had been used to confiscate the property of interned natives of Germany and more. This is described by Daniel A. Gross in his article, The United States Confiscated $500 million in Private Property During World War I, whose subtitle reads, quote, America's home front was the site of internment, deportation, and vast property seizure, unquote. Apparently, all the U.S. public was now the enemy. Think about this. People who were simply protecting themselves and their families from the action of the Federal Reserve System were accused of hoarding gold and literally criminalized if they persisted in doing so. The rationale is incredible. You are hoarding gold, so we will take it and do with it. What will we do with it? Hoard it. As we have seen, once they have taken the gold of the public, they did not then use the resource to expand credit. People remained in a debt trap. The deprivation continued and even worsened. Clearly, the need to expand credit served only as a pretext for the confiscation of the public's gold, which was the real premeditated objective. I asked my father, why people had turned in their gold. He said that if you did not, you were a criminal. But further, that there was nothing you would be able to do with it because you could not legally transport it or sell it. So essentially, the use and value of gold had been confiscated. This was certainly the case because it remained illegal for a U.S. person to own gold for more than 40 years. Here are some excerpts from the Executive Order 6102. Quote, all persons are hereby required to deliver on or before May 1, 1933, to a Federal Reserve Bank or branch or agency thereof, or to any member bank of the Federal Reserve System, all gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates now owned by them or coming into their ownership. Whoever willfully violates any provision of this executive order may be fined not more than $10,000, or if a natural person, may be imprisoned for not more than 10 years or both, unquote. Note that the penalties were quite severe and that all the gold was literally to be turned over to the Federal Reserve System. How nice. Now we can see the purpose of constructing in 1923 the largest bank vault in the world and a fortified building. Perhaps gold will not be confiscated immediately this time around. Gold has not been targeted as the essential collateral backing, as was the case under the Federal Reserve Act. In this go-around, it is securities. In this go-around, it is securities of all kinds globally, which have been set up as the collateral backing the underpinning of the derivatives complex. The big banks are organized as holding companies with subsidiaries. The purpose of this structure is to legally separate risks. A subsidiary can be designed to take on liabilities which cannot attach to the assets in other subsidiaries or to the holding company. The weakened subsidiary can be separately bankrupted. It is quite possible that the big banks have suppressed the price of gold by selling paper gold in subsidiaries. Wow. Which will be allowed to fail while accumulating physical gold in other subsidiaries which are designed to survive. This, however, does not assure that you, as a member of the great unwashed, will be allowed to keep your gold, not if this juggernaut continues in motion. I recall the words of my father, who had lived through all of this, quote, the only thing they can't take from you is your education. Only the Federal Reserve System was designed to survive and take over all assets and banking activities. Only the Federal Reserve banks and those selected and controlled by the Federal Reserve were allowed to reopen. The Federal Reserve was also indemnified by the government, the public, for any losses. And so Large-scale closure of banks and taking of bank deposits is not unprecedented. Holders of cash in banks are unsecured creditors with no enforceable claim to their money. It has been promised that there will be no taxpayer bailout this time, as if that is a good thing. Why? Simply because this will allow the banks to be closed rather than nationalized. Then all deposits and assets will be taken by the protected class of secured creditors. This is where it is going. Some wealthy people may think they will hide from this by keeping their money with the too big to fail banks. Perhaps it will seem that they have succeeded in this through the early stages of the banking crisis. However, this regime shift is designed to be all-encompassing. Ordinarily, the deposit-taking subsidiaries should be quite secure, but a strategy has been set up so that the deposit-taking subsidiaries of the too big to fail banks can be separately bankrupted when the time comes. How can we know that? The Fed has the power to give exemptions to any bank to move derivatives into deposit-taking subsidiaries, and it has done so. It has been tested on a large scale. Apparently, it is easily and unilaterally done by the Fed by granting exemptions to Section 23A of the Federal Reserve Act. Here are some excerpts from a Bloomberg News article from 2011. Quote, Bank of America, hit by a credit downgrade last month, has moved derivatives from its Merrill Lynch unit to a subsidiary flush with insured deposits, according to people with direct knowledge of the situation. The Fed has signaled that it favors moving the derivatives to give relief to the bank holding company. Bank of America's holding company, the parent of both the retail bank and the Merrill Lynch securities unit, held almost $75 trillion of derivatives at the end of June. About $53 trillion, or 71%, were within Bank of America NA, according to the data, which represent the notational value of the trades. This compares with JP Morgan's deposit-taking entity, JP Morgan Chase Bank NA, which contained 99% of the New York-based firm's $79 trillion of notational derivatives. Moving derivative contracts between units of a bank holding company is limited under Section 23A of the Federal Reserve Act, which is designed to prevent a lender's affiliates from benefiting from its federal bank subsidy and to protect the bank from excessive risk originating at the non-bank affiliate, said Saul T. Omarova, a law professor at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill School of Law. In 2009, the Fed granted Section 23A exemptions to the banking firm arms of RLAIF Financial, HSBC Holdings, PLC, Fifth Third Bancorp, ING Group N.V., General Electric Co., Northern Trust Co., CIT Group, Inc., Morgan Stanley, and Goldman Sachs, Inc., among others, unquote. And here are some excerpts from another article on the same subject. Quote, Bank of America, NYSE BAC, has shifted about 22 trillion worth of derivative obligations from Merrill Lynch and the BAC holding company to the FDIC insured retail deposit division. Along with this information came the revelation that the FDIC insured unit was already stuffed with 53 trillion worth of these potentially toxic obligations, making a total of 75 trillion. This all has the blessing of the Federal Reserve, which approved the transfer of derivatives from Merrill Lynch to the insured retail unit of BAC before it was done. This is not an isolated instance. JP Morgan Chase, JPM, is being allowed to house its unstable derivative obligations within its FDIC insured banking unit, retail banking unit. Other big banks do the same, unquote. Keep in mind, when you see the scale of the derivatives positions in these individual banks, that the size of the entire global economy was about 74 trillion in 2011. So individual banks had derivative books the size of the entire global economy, and they moved them into their deposit-taking subsidiaries with the approval of the Fed. Why has this been tested on such a large scale? It seems they are quite serious about something. Is the intent to make the deposit-taking subsidiaries safer? What is the real purpose? Used at the appropriate time, this will assure the collapse of the deposit-taking subsidiaries of the too big to fail banks, allowing the taking of money comprehensively, including from depositors in these deposit-taking subsidiaries, leaving essentially no money anywhere and no pockets of resilience or of potential resistance. Meanwhile, in the chaos of the ensuing global wave of insolvencies, peppered with contrived existential threats, the protected class of bank holding companies and their subsidiaries designed for continuance will not only survive, but thrive, taking essentially all collateral. This will be put forth as an imperative that they must survive and be strong for the sake of humanity, i.e., that they must survive and be strong for the sake of humanity, so that this system might again begin and we all might move forward. People will be desperate and simply want the terror to stop. What fig leaf will depositors have to protect them from the protected class? The Deposit Insurance Fund, the DIF, of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the FDIC, was $128.2 billion as of December 31, 2022. The FDIC is required to fund the DIF to 1.35% of insured deposits. The DIF can be exhausted and indeed has been totally depleted twice in the savings and loan crisis and in the global financial crisis. In these instances, the FDIC was allowed to borrow funds from the Federal Financing Bank. The FDIC has a line of credit with the Treasury for up to $100 billion. If this credit line were fully utilized, total resources would be $228 billion, roughly 2% of insured deposits. So if the entire banking system is insolvent, quote, insured depositors get 2 cents on the dollar. That will not go far in a widespread banking crisis, or if the deposit-taking subsidiary of a major bank is bankrupted. For example, Bank of America and JP Morgan have over $2 trillion and $2.5 trillion in deposits respectively. In Europe, banking union was initiated in 2012, supposedly as a response to the Eurozone crisis. This has transferred responsibility for banking policy from the national level to the EU in 21 countries. Sweden has thus far resisted pressure from its own central bank to join the banking union. Denmark and Poland have signed but not yet ratified the treaty. The objective, I believe, was to create a construct, the goal of which is preventing stabilization of banks through nationalization, under the simplistic pretext that, as the wind down of the banks will be handled entirely privately, no taxpayer funds will be used. Resolution powers over the captured banking systems, including around 3,000 banks and other financial institutions, have been conferred to a resolution authority, the Single Resolution Board, SRB, which will execute a single resolution mechanism. A single resolution fund will be used for the exercise of resolution powers. The SRF is composed of contributions from credit institutions and certain investment firms in the participating member states within the banking union. The SRF must, by law, reach the target level of at least 1% of covered deposits by December 31, 2023, at which time the deposit insurance regime is intended to be fully mutualized among member states. The SRF is projected to be approximately €80 billion at that point. A revolving credit line from the European Stability Mechanism, ESM, will match the SRF, stepping up total backing to 2% of covered deposits, approximately 160 billion euros, and thereby reaching harmonization with the level of 2% backing of deposits in the United States. The SRB is now aiming to capture and incorporate into the SRM the legacy national deposit guarantee schemes, DGS. The SRB has a problem with something called super priority. In bankruptcy, super priority claims rank with or even above those of secured creditors. The SRB has stated that, quote, the super priority of deposit guarantee schemes makes it de facto unrealistic to use DGS funds in resolution, unquote. Wow. It's only 3 more pages. Let's just plow through it and end, I guess, for the night. The SRB has further stated that, quote, the SRB supports removing the DGS super priority and adopting a general depositor preference, unquote. Why do they object to super priority for DGS? While these funds are quite small, with super priority, the funds used from national DGS would certainly be recovered from the assets of the bank and thus could be reused. It would give the national DGS a seat at the table alongside the senior secured creditors, potentially involving the state in each resolution process. The SRB absolutely does not want that. They are attempting to force agreement that these funds will be treated as a general depositor preference, which would put any such funds just ahead of unsecured creditors, but behind secured creditors. Practically speaking, this means that the funds would not be recovered and would be wiped out in the first major failure. That seems to be the objective. Super priority is only for the protected class. The public can only be allowed an appearance of protection. The Single Resolution Board has directed the biggest banks to prepare for solvent wind down, SWD. Again, that sounds like a good thing. But given the scale of the bubble, this cannot possibly mean the solvency of the entire banking system. I suggest that what it means is the preparation of certain portions of the biggest banks to remain solvent. Here are some excerpts from the SRB memo called Solvent Wind Down of Trading Books, Guidance for Banks, dated 2022. Quote, all GSIBs, globally systemically important banks, are expected to work on SWD, solvent wind down, planning as a RPC, resolution planning cycle, 2022 priority. Other banks will be identified and approached in the course of 2022, following a further assessment of the significance of their trading books to work on SWD planning as a RPC 2023 priority. GSIBs are expected to prepare to plan and ensure that capabilities are ready to deliver day one. expectations in 2022. While other banks approached in 2022 are expected to deliver on these in 2023. Banks should take all necessary steps to ensure that all day one SWD-related expectations are implemented on time, unquote. Here are further excerpts from the SRB's work program dated 2023. Quote, the SRB's 2023 work program is set against a backdrop of great uncertainty. While the start of 2022 saw economies beginning to emerge from the pandemic, 2023 will see added challenges, in part stemming from Russian aggression in Ukraine. Rising energy costs have led to double-digit inflation in many parts of the banking union. Now more than ever, it is important we finalize the work on banking resolvability and ensure that all of the goods set out in the SRB's expectations for banks are met before the year is out. This was the initial target date, and we are on track to meet it. The coming 12 months will see the SRB's focus moving from the more general phases of drafting and fine-tuning of resolution plans towards ensuring that each plan and preferred resolution strategy for each bank is implementable at short notice. At the same time, crisis preparedness needs to be further strengthened to equip the CRB with all tools needed to react to a looming crisis, implement a resolution scheme, and manage any necessary restructuring of the bank. It is clear that more harmonized European measures are now the way forward, rather than renationalizing and weakening European financial stability tools. Nevertheless, there will always be losses when a bank gets into trouble. Resolutions is not a miracle fix-all solution. Rather, it is about attributing and sharing the losses a bank suffers. The year 2023 will be the last of a transitional period for the establishment of the main elements of the resolution framework in the banking union, unquote. It seems we're getting very close to showtime. An indication that the powers that be are extremely serious can be seen in the SRB press release from 2022, Principles of U.S. European Banking Union and UK financial authorities meet for regulator coordination exercise on cross-border resolution planning. Quote, the heads of resolution, regulatory and supervisory authorities, central banks, and finance ministries of the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Banking Union are among leaders participating in a trilateral principal-level exercise on Saturday, April 23rd, 2022. The meeting is part of a series of regular exercises and exchanges among the principals of these key financial sector authorities to enhance understanding of each jurisdiction's resolution regime for global systemically important banks, and to strengthen coordination on a cross-border basis. Resolution. This exercise builds on 6-year prior cross-border principal level events going back to 2014, with the European Banking Union authorities joining in 2016. From the United States, the participants are expected to include the Secretary of the Treasury, the Chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, the President of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, the Acting Chairman of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, the Chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Acting Comptroller of the Currency, the Chairman of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and the Chairman of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. Participants from the European Banking Union include principals from the Single Resolution Board, the European Commission, and the European Central Bank. Participants from the United Kingdom include principals from Her Majesty's Treasury and the Bank of England, unquote. This level of intention from the U.S. side is extremely unusual. I have never seen anything like this happen, let alone 7 times in 8 years. It's almost as if they are planning something quite serious. The Atlantic Council is a think tank which, quote, creates a meeting place, unquote, for heads of state, military, and institutional leaders. It is a member of the Atlantic Treaty Association, an umbrella organization which draws together political leaders, academics, military officials, and diplomats to support the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. The focus of the Atlantic Council is military strategy, not economics. And what is the Atlantic Council focusing on now? Central bank digital currency, which is virtual money backed and issued directly by central banks. The Atlantic Council has quite a nice CBDC tracker. Here, one can see, as of this writing, central banks in 114 countries representing 95% of the global economy are working on CBDC, that 11 countries have fully launched digital currency, that all G7 economies have now moved into the development stage of CBDC, and that 18 of the G20 countries are now in the advanced stage of development. Why is this happening globally? Is it really a desire to bring financial inclusion to the disadvantaged? Why would the Atlantic Council, a military think tank, focus on CBDC? We are living within a global hybrid war, a component of which will be the collapse of the banking, money, and payment systems globally. War aims will be achieved by means other than kinetic war. The foremost aim of the people who have privately controlled the central banks and money creation is that they will remain in power forever. They can risk no pockets of resistance. Augustin Carstens is the general manager of the Bank for International Settlements, the BIS. One can see the following comments of his, which have gone viral, just after the 24-minute mark in the video of the virtual meeting titled Cross-Border Payments, a Vision for the Future. Quote, we don't know who is using a $100 bill today, and we don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. The key difference with the CBDC is the central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that, unquote. In other words, CBDC means absolute control. And so, if the old money system somehow collapses, new money will be provided by the central banks in the form of central bank digital currency, the new and improved control system. Imagine, it is chaos. You have lost everything but your smartphone. If you don't have one, don't worry, you'll be issued one. You will download an app. You will click boxes agreeing to everything. You will become increasingly indebted with each payment you make using the CBDC you are given on your phone. You will be told what to do and what not to do from then on. You will comply if you want to eat. That's the end of the chapter. I didn't know it would be so long. It's frightening. It's the whole reason that we have to create ourselves as central banks. And it's the whole reason I used to own my house, which had, anyway, have to come up with a new plan. Have to come up with a new plan. All right, let me write that down. Tebow. One added 140. Good price, 57. Oh, one in Canada, yeah. And 100. Oh, that's great. That's awesome, Tebow, Teals. Placed my order this morning with a fill date of November 10th. I didn't chase up, just let it ride. That's good discipline. It's very good discipline. YouTube user, Jim, just bought 100 shares. All right, that is awesome. That is awesome. They never expect the deacon. Nobody suspects the deacon. Justin Babish, I bought 150. Colby Cormier. Hey, William, maybe you could do a video chat with Rebecca Kurzweil. Midday Bell. She interviewed Dr. Tom Core. Yeah, I could, Colby. It's a good idea. I'll try to see what I can get to. She also said, Colby Cormier, she also said she's a longtime shareholder. I'll see what I can do about that. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea, as my dad used to say. That's a good idea. "17 airports grind to a halt." Dennis Alex, obviously a day trader and short. All of us own thousands and thousands of shares in the past. I've owned lots of shares in other companies, but when I decided to sell it, was difficult to have orders go through. Market makers kept dropping the bid. See, he's trying to cause fear with you. He's trying to cause FID because it was so thinly traded. What would be your exit strategy in this situation? Let's say at $55 when that day comes. I appreciate that you're trying to cause fear here. I also do appreciate planning ahead. I do appreciate that. But as Railtown goes up, unless the overall market changes, it's going to stay up. Now, if the overall market changes and there's a collapse, you're right, the bids are going to disappear. We're not there yet, but my initial strategy is to let Railtown be purchased by Microsoft or Constellation Software. And I think it'll be at a price higher than 55, maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out. We don't know everything now. But once that happens, you get that bump in equity without being obligated to pay taxes. Then I would hope that we could come to buy puts on those positions to protect our equity, and maybe buy enough puts to also pay the taxes on profits on those puts. That's my plan right now. But if it goes to $55 on its own, I wouldn't be in a hurry to sell it at 55 if it takes time to build up to there. If it were for some reason to experience a rocket ship move upward and it gets to 55 and it goes to 75 and it goes to 100, I hope that doesn't happen, but that's a different scenario. And I'm sure we'll have time to talk about it before it occurs. But I don't perceive that situation happening, Dennis Alex. The idea that as the stock goes up, there's going to be an inability to sell. I think there'll be plenty of buyers. So it's a different kind of stock. It's not one of the hot stocks that you're used to day trading. So now what? Hey, Bill and Gang. Colby Cormier, Dennis, I don't think you'll have any trouble getting orders filled once the price gets higher. There'll be a lot more volume when the big guys step in, or they'll be waiting to buy. I know. It's not 70 today. What was my guess next week? Let me look. It's not 70 today. You're right. When did I make that projection? 2 weeks ago? Yep. 70 cents today, 110 next week. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think I'm wrong on my numbers. I'm just wrong on the timing. But we'll see. Well, we'll see when it happens. Yes, I still stand by that. So now it sounds like we're getting closer to the end times. Well, I don't know. I think I had originally, and that's one of the reasons I've been, I guess, despondent. But I had originally done all my plans around this from 20 some years ago. I'm not new to this story. I didn't hear about CBDC before. So I'm not sure how quick it'll be. Life will go on, commerce will go on, the sun will rise, babies will be born, dogs will wag their tails. It's not going to be the end of the world. But some of us have to prepare. We need to be resilient. And it's a long conversation, more than one conversation. But we're going to want to be prepared where we can survive on water. I think hot showers are important, and have food and medicine and companionship, maybe, and have friends and neighbors around that can watch our back while we go to sleep. There could be a period of time where it's going to be really tough. It could be really tough. But let's pray that there's still time to get prepared. And let's also pray that it's not as bad as some people project. With that, I'm going to sign off. It's 5 o'clock. Yeah, MM, let's hope I'm right about next Wednesday at 110. I think it's still a viable target. But I made those projections. Somebody asked me, I forget when, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And I said at the time, they're wild ass guesses. But I still stand by it. I think it can go to 110 next week. So anyway, I wish everyone well. Thank you for tuning in. I don't really have much to add other than peace to each of you.